Hey, howdy, hello. That's weird. Why is it not? Okay. Hope you all are doing alright. I'm tired. It's been one of those days, man. Anyway, let me see how much we like on this video. I may just start it over. I think I'll. Hey, hey, gymnast. I'm gonna start this over because a lot of you were not here this morning for this. Hey, Courtney. How you doing? How you doing? I'm eating nerds. And by nerds, I don't mean really, really hot chicks with glasses and fat booties. I mean, like actual nerd candies. I'm not opposed to the hot girls in glasses. I'm just saying. But like, I'm eating the candy nerds. I just said that out loud, didn't I? Oops. Oh, honey. You've seen nothing yet. And you're welcome. I may come off as harsh, Courtney, or brutal. But what I do out of love. Love of my community and the people that I care about. I'm not a mean person. I mean, I'm an asshole. Just just saying. But like I'm a lovable asshole and my assholeness comes from a good place. Because I don't feel like anything good will ever be accomplished by coddling Lisa. Because I feel like the people in her circle are coddling her to death. But I can't help Lisa. I really can't. But I can help other people not get taken advantage of by her. That's the best I can hope for. Oh, thank you. And gymnast, I have to add an air of comedy to this. Because without my air of comedy, it's just tragic. You know, if I don't make it funny, I can't bear to watch it. It's just sad. I'm sorry, Courtney. All my love goes out to you and your boys. It can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime. It could happen to me. I am not um immune. Okay? Let's all be honest here. Let's all take a good long look at ourselves. We have no problem looking at Lisa. Well, I mean, I have a problem with it, but what I do for a reason. But let's be honest. I come from a place of experience. I just experienced it from a different point of view. So it hits me a little different. Yeah. And the sad part about it is she's not even thinking about that, Courtney. She's not even thinking about it. Because all she can think about is, oh no, I'm coming down. How do I not have to think about this? You say that, Courtney, and I believe you. But you never know what life could throw at you, honey. And I wouldn't look at you any different if you made mistakes. It's what you do with those mistakes that matter. Okay, everybody fucks up. We're human. It's what we do after we figure out we fucked up that defines us. This could easily happen to me with my family history, with the friends I grew up with, the people I knew. I ran around with people who fucked with shit when I was younger. Lisa could have easily been me had I taken one wrong road, one wrong turn, one wrong decision. I think that we're all one or two bad decisions away from being completely different people. That's facts. It could literally happen to anybody. Right, Lisa? So, like, I don't really judge Lisa for fucking up. I judge her for knowing she's fucking up and continuing to do so. It's not your mistakes that define you, it's what you do once you've figured out that you've made the mistake. It's whether or not you've corrected the behavior or not. But in any case, I can't help her. I am a reaction channel. I cannot save the world. I don't even have 2K subs, dude. Let's be real. Yes. Like, I am not a special person. I am just a random motherfucker on the internet, dude. I had a brother severely addicted, and it took him. My brother could have easily been me. Had I took that path, it could have easily been me. Had I ran around with him and followed in his footsteps, it very easily could have been me. I am human. I am at times not the smartest person. Okay? Sometimes I'm stupid. Just be dead honest with you. Sometimes I am a fucking blithering idiot. Sometimes I ain't got no sense at all. Sometimes I'm lucky to have walking around sense. That's just it is what it is. I'm not the smartest person on earth. Not even almost. I like to think that I occasionally have pretty good sense, but that's the best I can hope for. But the only thing I have to offer is experience dealing with the pain that comes from dealing with an addict. That's all I can offer. I am not some well of infinite wisdom. I am not Mr. Miyagi. I can only tell you what not to do because I am such a flawed individual myself and can tell you from my own mistakes. Don't do this because this is how that's gonna go. You know, I can only give you advice on how not to be stupid because I once was stupid. I love you guys. I'm just being real with you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm an asshole who laughs at stupid shit on the internet. I am not a well of infinite information. I can tell you what not to do because I have fucked up myself and know how that route ends. Because I made those mistakes. I enabled a drug addict. That's how I know not to enable a drug addict. Mystery solved. Did I do it on purpose? No. Was I ignorant? Absolutely. But I became educated through pain and experience. Life lessons will teach you far more than any book you will pick up. Because Mr. Miyagi had he had one thing right. You learn from pain and it sticks. Unfortunately, I had to learn because I was an idiot and I was naive and I was sheltered and I didn't know any better. I didn't have a foul mouthed panda to educate me. Had I known then what I know now, I'd have never done it. No, absolutely not. The point is, when I do try to educate people, and if I am harsh, it's not because it comes from a place of hate. It's because I'm trying to get through some really, really thick heads that are not listening. And even that doesn't come from a place of vitriol, that comes from a place of love and concern. Because I know you need to hear me, but you aren't hearing me. So I got to be a little bit of an ass about it so that it catches your attention. I may not have to be, but I feel like I have to be a little brutal at times to get through certain individuals with especially thick skulls and stopped up ears. Do I get frustrated? Absolutely, I get frustrated. Absolutely. And have I been exhausted with this? Yes. I, the idiot that I am, um, really tried to help. I may have been brutal about it, but It came from a good place. I know you people don't know me, but if you did, you'd know that. I may be an ass, but I'm an ass with a big heart. And I care more than you think I do. Let me rephrase that. I care more than I let on that I do. Because in the past, I have learned that if I show people I care, they end up hurting me. And I guess that's a defense mechanism I've learned. Maybe I need to work on that. I don't know. I think we all have things we could work on. I know. I know. I know that now, Raccoon. Back when I first started, I thought I could make a difference. I admit, I thought maybe I could get through to this person. I was wrong. Countless other people have tried and failed. That woman is not going to change until she wants to, and I don't think she's going to want to. So now my only thing is to laugh at her antics because they are absolutely ridiculous, and to do whatever I can to keep somebody else from getting sucked into it. I can't help her. I can't. So I will laugh at the dumb shit and talk to you guys. That's about it. Anyway, enough of the heavy shit. I'm not gonna start off with Lisa right this second. We've got some fun Lisa content. Don't worry. But a lot of you weren't around this morning for this one, and I had a lot of glitches and a lot of technical issues this morning. Um, this is Toxic Fairy. I think I continue to try to fix broken people because I myself am broken. I don't know why I attract broken people, but I can't help but want to put them back together. I get burned a lot and I get hurt a lot by doing that, but I keep doing it. Maybe I'm stupid. There are times where I am so busy mending other people's wounds that I don't notice that I'm hemorrhaging myself. But I can't stand there and watch someone else bleed out if I can stop it. My heartstrings are too sensitive. And I want to help. If I see somebody hurting, I want to help. It may come off as a hard ass, but that's also a defense mechanism. But like, I'm a big squishy marshmallow at the end of the day, and that's okay. That's who I am. I'm a smart ass, but I care. I just show it differently, I guess. Anyway, I love you guys. I'm glad that my sarcasm and humor helps stomach the bullshit. I'm glad something I do does something for you. This makes me happy. It's great. But I love you guys. I do. Anyway, enough of the mushy gushy shit, dude. Like, this is let's laugh at dumb shit on the internet. This is Toxic Fairy. She got brain skin cancer from rubbing her head up against her cervix. It bypassed every major organ and went to the skin that wraps around her brain. You thought Lisa was bad? No. Oh, also, Lisa's on Facebook scamming now, by the way. We will cover that. We'll take periodic breaks in this video to cover the new Lisa shit as it comes out. And meanwhile, we'll laugh at this new person, well, new to you person, and dive into this one because this one's a whole rabbit hole you all are going to hate me for. So there's that. So let's get into it. I will shut up now.
Gone to stage 2. You don't want stage 4. Thank God that I actually caught it. Yes, I know Trish and I know Jason Nash only through the internet. Trish, I actually went out to California years ago. Yeah, when she lived in that other apartment. And Lena. And I met her actually through all her tours, the 2 tours she had. The one she canceled with Jason, nobody got to go to, but anyway, I don't even know what I was talking about.
Because you're high.
Wasn't Kathy Murphy 215? Just come off of my live, don't. Here, just stay off my live. There you go, you're out. It's not too much drama if you think it's too much. You're gonna call your biggest fan. I'm gonna call the cops. You're muted. Call the cops. Nice try, wrong guy. That's his name.
She has a criminal record, by the way. Anybody want to guess what for? She has quite the lengthy record. Anyone want to venture a guess? Try again, Jarvis. It rhymes with hugs. Copious amounts of hugs, which will be evident when she starts to talk.
No, that was a new bag.
There's 2 bags.
Did what when she run?
No, she has brain skin cancer that she got from her cervix. It bypassed all her major organs between her cervix and her brain, and she had 6 rounds of chemo in one sitting, but she doesn't have a port. They run it through her IVs, so they put an IV. They put 6 separate IVs. I'm waiting on somebody to call bullshit before I even finish. And she doesn't know what her chemo's called. And she did all 6 rounds in one day. And yes, drugs. Drugs is her charges. And DV.
What type of cancer? I have endocrine carcinoma of the large squamous cells. I can't actually say the squatum.
Squamous cells, and it's not squatum either. Squamous cells. It's kind of like possum, but with a squaw in it. Squamous possum cells. It's meth, by the way. Meth, opiates, and benzos.
I say squasum, but
That's not even almost how you say that. But okay. Don't worry. Somebody gets her for it in a minute.
MS, but it's brain cancer, and it actually started on my cervix, and when they cut straight down on my belly button.
There's no such thing as squamous MS cancer. First off, that first word isn't a word. Secondly, the first word that isn't a word has nothing to do with MS, and MS is not cancer. Idiot. And they're not going to cut your belly button for brain skin cancer. Hey, Cheryl. And no medical professional is going to do 6 rounds of chemo in one sitting through butterfly needles because your veins burst. They're not going to risk that. They're going to put in a port. This is Toxic Fairy, by the way. Well, it's the fake Toxic Fairy. I'll put it that way.
Down there, straight down. They actually took out the 7 scars, or the 7 tumors. And
They took out 7 scars. They didn't know they could take scars out. I need to check into this. I am covered from head to toe in scars, and I didn't know I could take them out. Your hot girl, she's coming up, Jarvis. I just didn't start off with her today. But don't worry, we'll cover her. I wanted y'all to hear her talk about this a little bit, and then I'm going to fast forward to the panel people she has on. But you know what, Tiger? I'm sexy, scars and all. Do you know what somebody told me? Said, don't worry, dudes dig scars. And so do chicks. So apparently my scars are dude and chick magnets. Apparently scars are sexy. They're in now. Please don't do that. Get a tissue. You uncivilized swine. Get a tissue. That's disgusting. One, you're wiping your finger all over your snot boogers. And then you're going to put them, your snot rockets, into the inside of your shirt. So you basically just may as well wipe your boogers all over your saggy ass titties.
Actually has stopped now at my brainstem.
That's not what you said the other 20 times you've pretended to have it. You said brain skin, SKIN. Now it's at your stem because you said it was in the skin wrapped around your brain. Now it's on your stem. Did you figure out that you couldn't get brain skin cancer? Is it, ma'am, it's not going to bypass everything between your cervix and your brain. That's not how that goes. Also, she said later in this video that it got in her veins. The cancer got in her veins, which would mean it would be in her bloodstream, correct? If it were in her veins, it would be assumed that it would also be in her bloodstream. If that were the case, she'd be fucked. There would be no need for chemo or radiation at that point. I get told the same thing, but I get the ugliest looks at the pool. Having a six-pack abs and taking care of your body isn't enough these days. Well, fuck them. White Tiger, your scars are sexy as hell. How about that? But you know what's even more sexy? Your personality. At my age, I don't care about a six-pack or how hot you look. I care about how you treat me. You could be hot as fuck and treat me like shit, and I would think you're ugly to me. You could be regarded as an ugly individual and treat me nice, and that would be the sexiest thing ever. I am too, because they tell a story, Dark Angel. They tell a lot of stories because I'm covered in them. Mostly the stories they tell are that I'm clumsy as fuck and require constant supervision. Mostly they just say that I'm clumsy as fuck and require constant supervision. Just say it.
I have to go through chemo, and I pray to God I don't have to do radiation at the end like I did before. Every 6 months they'll check it. This is my third chemo treatment coming up next month.
Well, about half of mine are from surgeries I've had. And the other half are from me being an absolute idiot and tripping on air or doing something extremely stupid. I was a daredevil back when I didn't have arthritis. Back before I got old, I was a daredevil. I was rambunctious and got into anything. So, oh no, I don't even need air at this point, Dark Angel. I can trip on non-air. I could trip on a void. A space of absolutely nothing. Where not even life exists. I could trip on that. I am that clumsy. I could trip on a thought. Hmm. I'm not kidding. You think I'm joking? I am not joking. I am dead ass serious. I really am that clumsy. I admit it. Fuck. You know, why it is what it is, dude. You know, what can I say? I'm stupid.
Month, but at the Markey Cancer Center in Lexington. But I'm done. If you all want to know about my family, though, I can tell you about that. I can tell you anything you want, and you can actually do it to the T pages if you like. I don't mind. And you can also talk to them too. Because the easiest way to talk to them, I'll be honest with you guys, for you all, not me, but for you all, not for our family, but they get up around 3 or 4, and that's their time frame, but their time, like, but their time zone. I'm sorry. And Kayla actually gets up at 6, sometimes 5. Her and Sonny are not friends anymore, but
You weren't friends to begin with. I wanted you all to hear that whole first bit because it becomes relevant when she starts getting panel guests. She says this whole hour right here, she was demanding gifts. People were sending her gifts, and she wasn't satisfied with it because it wasn't the big gifts, quote unquote. She was demanding people send her $250 to get in a box with her and ask her questions for her just to sit there and lie to their face. She was literally demanding they send her $250 to get in a box with her because she says she's related to the Island Boys. The Island Boys were questioned about it, and they said she was full of shit and some crazy lady. She claimed to be their aunt and to have raised them. They don't even know this woman, by the way. She's also really, really bad about gaslighting her audience.
that's so cool that you found me. That is so cool. That's so cool. Thank you, KJ. Cynthia Rose, thank you, darling. No, I'm awake, guys. I'm awake.
She's nodding out.
Like I said, if you would like to know anything about my family, what I told you about, you already know certain things.
You mean the part where you're not the Island Boys aunt? You're not related to Keith Richards. You're not related to Trace Adkins or Toby Keith or you're not Naomi Judd's sister. You're not fucking what was her name? Um I think it was Katie something. She's another musician. And there's like she's apparently related to all the country music singers. She isn't. And there's no way she could have raised the Island Boys because she's from fucking Kansas or Kentucky. You mean the part you lied about? Is that the part you're talking about? You're not related to any of them. I don't know any of those people. I just know they sing country music. I don't. I know I'm Southern. I don't like country music. Yeah, I know the name, but I don't really know who that is. I know it's some country person. That's the extent of what I can tell you. I am a metalhead. I listen to bands like Tool, Pussifer, Oasis, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Wallflowers, Elton John, Hootie and the Blowfish, Matchbox 20, you know, things like that. Clutch. I love Clutch. Primus, Prodigy, Smashing Pumpkins, Korn, Nine Inch Nails. You know, the good shit. Okay, so somebody finally gave her a fuck ton of gifts, and so she finally let them on her box.
Hello, you're.
Now, Stevie Nicks is my go-to. I love Stevie Nicks. That's my girl. Rolling Stones, Beast of Burden, my song. Okay? Stevie Ray Vaughan, badass. I like the Beatles. I have always, like, absolutely been in love with Stevie Nicks. Like, if I ever were to be with a woman, it would be Stevie Nicks. I don't care how old she is. She is the very definition of sexy. Like everything about her is hot.
Oh, you're on. And I told you I would let you on. But you didn't send a gift, but still I'm letting you on. And you're the only one I'm going to do that for. Hello? Are you afraid to talk to me? Because you know it's true, everything that I've told you.
Nothing you told them was true. You're full of shit. let them speak, maybe.
Hello?
Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay. Just saying. You said BB King. I prefer Otis Redding.
Hello?
I also prefer the guitar that gently weeps. Or my guitar gently weeps. Does anyone care to name the band that sings that song? As my guitar gently weeps.
Oh. I think she's muted.
Yes, honey, I'm here. I had to help my niece. Yes, I'm here.
So you accepted my request?
Yeah, I did. I actually did, yes.
Yeah, even though I didn't send a galaxy or a lion.
Yes, I did. I did. Yeah. I
So
don't
how
have
many daughters do you have?
I don't have anything to hide or lie about. So yes, I did.
So how many daughters do you have?
I actually, oh, thank you, Feather. Thank you, Feather, for both gifts. Thank you for the music card. And again, thank you. I have two, one in heaven and one here. One not in the same city, but another city.
So
What is your name?
my name?
Yes, your name.
Taylor.
Okay. Where do you
I
live?
mean, it says so right in the box. Can anybody else see the name Taylor right in the box? Jesus.
You live?
I live in Maine.
Oh, you live far.
Yeah.
You Feather. Go ahead, honey.
You're a huge inspiration because my mom, she's on chemo.
Yeah, I'm only on my third. I already had it once in 2017 to 2019 at the Markey Cancer Center in Lexington. But I have it again now and it's came back worse aggressive.
So
Worse aggressive now. Not more aggressive, just worse aggressive. And I got me a fedora. It's even got a little feather in the hat. I love fedoras. Friend of mine got me a black and gray fedora. And I have to say, I look pimping in it.
This is only my third treatment.
where did they end up putting your port?
I don't have a port. I actually have 4 bags of and they don't even know if they're in. You know, you check every 6 months, you know, on chemo to see if it's working. And they try the medications out for you. That's what my doctors do at the Markey Cancer Center. Actually, mine is IV, and so I have 4 IVs, and when they hook them together, so I only have 2 IVs because they hook them together. But you can only run 2 of the chemo bags together, and the other 2 together. And my veins bust a lot, so they have to use the small ones. And you don't want chemo getting under your skin, from your mom's experience. I'm sure she knows because they have to react that, however you call it. Like if you get a breakout, it doesn't, how you get like stuff on, if you get a shot of saline under your skin, it burns. Chemo's not like that. It's a billion times worse. I've had it done, and you have to have a shot, and you have to have like 12 shots of treatment, not in a row, over time.
I'm not going to say anything this entire spiel right here. I want you guys to listen and then comment when you spot the bullshit and what you spot as bullshit. We can play a game. We can play the bullshit game. So when she's talking, just call out the bullshit you think is bullshit. And I'll tell you if you're right or not.
Like a couple weeks to actually get it to come out of your skin. It's very painful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had a radical hysterectomy. Mine became rare. Endocrine carcinoma, the large squamous cells, is not rare. It's rare because it was on my cervix. So when they done a CT scan with contrast, they found it on my cervix. And so I was their first patient there at the Markey Cancer Center.
I said I wasn't going to pause this, but I can't help it. Ma'am, they're not going to look at your cervix with a CT scan. That happens with a fucking pap smear. You idiot. They would have taken biopsies from your cervix and sent them off. That would not have been done with a CT scan. They would have had to go in there with a pap smear and taken biopsies, aka taking craters out of your cervix. Idiot.
Of it being rare, okay, because it was on my cervix found. So they done a radical hysterectomy, and they took out everything, and I had 7 large tumors all down in my body. The groin area and all that, and they took out in the stomach, and they actually took out the glands. You have to take out in the groins, the glands, and then I got in the back.
She's got a real nasty drug habit. I know we're all shocked. A 1 in the chat if you're shocked. A 2 in the chat if you're totally not shocked and totally saw that coming.
Back of my head, the 12 stitches and the 18 staples all the way to the top. And then right here I had the drain where it's shaped on the side.
Remember, she says that 12 stitches and 18 staples. Remember, she said that. Also, she has a drain on the side of the head. Remember, she said that. Okay? Because we're going to have the case of the missing staples and missing drain here in a little bit. It just miraculously disappeared. Okay? And it's supposedly shaved, although, like, when she shows the back of her head, there's no... Probably. Yep.
I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but like,
That's okay.
do you have a wig or did you like
No, honey,
you just didn't lose your hair?
yeah, I did lose my hair back in 2017 to 2019. It's 2023. This is all hair. And the other day I had a little tiny ponytail thing that I just clipped in. But below it is the shaved part where they had to do the surgery, you know. And
So
then
how long did it take you to grow all that back?
it took 3 or 4 years to grow all this back.
A 1 in the chat if you can tell she's fucked up as hell right here. A 2 in the chat if you think she's sober, but yet just can't keep her eyes open.
Oh yeah. Did you like lose all of it or did it just thin out?
No, I lost all of it. And on Easter, for those years, my grandson, my little granddaughter's only 2.5 years old, but my grandson was there, went through it all, and I always let him on Easter decorate my head. It was bald. I
Oh.
always let him draw on it and stuff. So people can say what they want about me. Doesn't matter to me. It's the internet. I don't care.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to read your comment, Dawn, because for some reason YouTube was being stupid. Dawn says, so sick of these lying motherfuckers. I'm going through cancer now. Had part of my tongue removed and wouldn't wish it on anyone, especially not lie about it. Exactly. But she's totally sober, right? Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, I'm pretty sure I
I
can't
pray
remember,
for
but I'm
them.
pretty sure you said the other day that it was a wig.
Oh no, this ain't a wig. The little back part was. It's like a clip-on little thing.
Remember, she says that. Hey, Adolf. And Sprinkles and Raccoon and Tiger and everybody. By the way, I'm sorry I've been rude. Remember, she said that the ponytail holder had hair on it, okay? That's going to be important.
You know, they're like the little clip-on things.
Yeah.
The ponytail things. Are those wigs? I don't know what they're called. I know the Cancer Association has provided me back then, you know, in 2017 and 18, and you know, they gave me wigs. They gave me 4 wigs. They gave me short ones. You get to choose.
So who do you live with? Like, does your niece help take
My
care of you?
daddy. It's me and my daddy. I don't have my mom. She actually left when I was kidnapped because the man held her up. My ex-husband held her up with other kids and other people at the McDonald Plainland. And when he took me hostage. But
So he held all these people up at a public fast food chain, yet it was never in the news. Right? You know, kidnapped 16 people, including yourself, your mom, and your imaginary daughter. Yet it never made the news, or no police reports were ever filed. You know, none of that pesky stuff. Right? You're full of shit, too. Your mom doesn't want anything to do with you because you're a piece of shit, by the way.
I live with my father. My mom left when I was in rehabilitation because he had scalpels and things.
No. You just said your mom left because your ex-boyfriend held them up at McDonald's. Now you're saying she left while you were at rehab. Which is it? Oh, and if you think you're mad now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I don't really talk about that.
So why were you in rehab?
I was in rehabilitation.
Yeah,
I
which
was,
is rehab.
I was learning how to walk again, darling. Where my kneecaps were broke, I was held hostage.
Oh,
Do you
that's
know-
not good.
Do you know what rehabilitation centers are?
Yeah, I do.
Not
My
rehab.
mom, my
not
mom has been in rehab. She went
Oh,
into
no, not
cardiac
rehab.
arrest.
Yeah, rehabilitation. I guess it's the same thing. I don't know. There wasn't drug people in there with me, no.
Yeah, rehab is just short for
Yeah.
pre.
But there wasn't drug people in there with me. I was in rehabilitation.
That's the same thing as rehab. It's just rehab is short for it.
Okay, they wasn't drug people with me though.
Well, I mean, people go to rehab for all sorts of things, for medical.
I was in a bed 24/7 learning how to walk again and things like that. I was terrorized.
I mean, anytime you need a place to go recover, even like
I had
hospital
victims
or therapy,
advocate.
you go to rehab.
It's a Kentucky Vine system. They share everything and set you up with things when you have crimes. I'm sorry, when crimes happen to you. It's called the Kentucky Vine. It's a Vine system. Every state has it. The Vine system. Every state, and victims advocate.
My question, ma'am, is if this man went to prison, you say for kidnapping you, then why is he in prison on drug charges? Because you flipped on him and sold him out. If he kidnapped you and 16 other people, not including your daughter and mom, and buried you alive and dug you back up and held you in a hotel for 63 days, why is it that he's in jail for drug charges and not kidnapping? That's weird.
Victims advocate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. When you have crime.
Oh, you had to go through that. That's scary.
It was beyond scary, yes.
Did they ever find the person that kidnapped you?
Yeah, he's in there for life.
Oh, good. That's good.
It's my ex-husband of 17 years. It's my children. Yeah, it's my children's father. He was very, very mean. Very mean. And he did bury me alive in a cornfield. And by the grace of God, I got out. And he saved me. God did 68 days later when the tear gas came into the motel at Days in Jellicoe, Tennessee. So
wait, I'm sorry.
Opened her eyes in like 5 minutes. Okay, so her ex-husband buried her alive in a cornfield, felt bad about it, and dug her up and held her hostage another 63 days or 68 days in a hotel room. Because all kidnappers who bury you alive, they dig you back up and take you back to the hotel room because that's what they do, right?
Right. You were buried alive in a cornfield. And then
he flew about 90 miles an hour in a Ford Escort. He flew in large stalks of corn, yes. Honey, I don't want to really talk about that, okay? I'm sorry. I'm done. Thank you for coming up. I don't want to be traumatized right now.
Okay, I'll try to change the subject.
No, I'm done. I'm done answering questions, darling. I'm sorry.
You literally went off about it. I didn't ask.
I know. I go off about it because it really bothers me.
Right, but you also tell people to come on here and say whatever, and it'll be okay.
Yeah, but you never said nothing, and I was being kind to you because I felt bad, and I wanted to help somebody to come on and just talk to me about stuff. So I'm gonna go, okay? And there's other people sending things that want to come up.
Yeah, but they're not sending it for you.
They're actually sending it. They just did.
No, it's not for you.
Come up.
They don't like you. You're lying too much for them.
Did you say I'm lying? You need to go off my live. Okay, you just said I'm lying too much for them. So, honey, you need to go off my live, okay?
Okay, you need to get some therapy.
Honey, I am in therapy for all the stuff. I've lost my daughter, murdered, and I am in therapy. Don't worry about that. I am. So you need to go off my live.
You said your daughter was murdered, but the other day you said she was in a car accident.
Yes, she was.
So how was that murdered when that was an accident?
And just earlier, she said her daughter died of cancer. First, she said her daughter died in a car accident. Then she said her daughter died of Minecrafting. Then she said her daughter died of I can't keep up. She's like went 8 different ways. Car accident, Minecrafting, cancer, and now she was Minecrafted again. But she's had like 8 different stories. By the way, your daughter didn't exist. She has nieces and nephews. Okay. That she's not allowed any contact with. For good reason.
Nobody said accident. Don't talk about her.
Okay.
You bring up your imaginary daughter and the 10,000 different ways you claim she passed away every time you're trying to fucking guilt people into sending you money. So stop it. There are people out there who have actually lost their kids, and you want to sit here and lie and fabricate a whole ass child and Minecraft them 1,000 different ways. Ma'am, you need help.
It's not funny. Get off my live.
I'm not laughing at the fact of your daughter passing. I'm laughing at your multiple storytelling.
It's not storytelling. It's the truth. And I'm inviting Luna, and she will get you off of here. Can you get her off of here, please? Thank you, honey. Thank you, Laura. Hunter, thank you. Thank you so much for sending that. And the Corky, thank you guys so much. Luna is my friend, and she and Mad Dog, and they will get you off of here.
Oh, Dawn, I hope you feel better. I understand, sweetheart. I hope you feel better. Get some rest, okay, darling? Yeah, like, she can't make up her mind.
Nighthawk, it says my friend, and he will get you off of here. You asked me all these questions. I thought it'd be nice to tell you it. I wanted to be nice today and be good today. You guys are treating me really bad. And it's not story.
You got caught lying, and now you're trying to play the victim. Because you did say she got killed in a car accident. Then you said she died of cancer. Then you said she got graped and Minecrafted. Like, you've told like a billion different stories on this, and you're pissed off because you got called out on it, and now you're trying to play the victim. And you said it's not storytelling like 15 times now. Self-conscious much? Like, this an awful thing to say, ma'am.
Telling. It's actually my life. Oh, this is my life. Jennifer Travis, thank you.
You should hear some of the fucked up ways she says her daughter was Minecrafted, Nightmare. She said her daughter was kidnapped, brutally raped, not just raped, brutally raped, brutalized, mutilated, and Minecrafted, and left in pieces. But yet there was never a police report. Nothing. Yeah. Then she got killed in a car accident. Then she had cancer. Then she was raped and murdered again. Then she had a skydiving accident. Then she was climbing Mount Everest or some shit. And then, I mean, she can't make up her mind. Then she died in childbirth. Like, how many times can one person die? First off. Secondly, she can produce no birth certificate, no proof that that kid ever even existed at all. And like there were the person doesn't exist. She's not allowed contact with her nieces and nephews anymore for obvious reasons. She's got countless drug charges. Surprise, surprise. Theft charges for like fraudulent checks and scamming. Theft by deception. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, more crack tales. Oh, you haven't seen Insane yet, Dark Angel. This hasn't even begun yet. She's not a mom, Nightmare. She doesn't have kids. On no scale could you call her a mother. But wait, there's more.
You guys are just not right. I gotta plug my phone up. Hold on, guys. Let me plug my phone back up again. I don't care. I don't have a vape. That is for my phone. Stop.
She literally just vaped on camera and tried to gaslight her audience saying she didn't have a vape. Yeah, but she doesn't have a daughter, Nightmare. That's the point. She fabricated a whole ass person and Minecrafted them 10,000 different ways for sympathy and donations.
My gosh, what is wrong?
Yes. Her father came out and outed her for lying about it. Like, he got pissed when somebody showed him her videos where she's claiming she had a daughter die like 15 billion ways. It really pissed him off. There's drug problems, issues. So there's that.
What's wrong with you people?
What's wrong with us people? She's asking what's wrong with us for questioning her. She's a con artist. Creepy. She makes up all these stories trying to get drug money because she's a fucking junkie.
The only thing I need help is whenever I need help to have people to talk to. And I also have my for me to get to my chemo each month. I mean, we need help. It's me and my father, and I have 4 children. I have 2 teenagers, and I have a 12-year-old, and I have a 2.5-year-old that I raise.
Didn't she just say she only had 2 daughters? Did she or did she not just say she only had 2 daughters, one in heaven and one in a different city that nobody can contact because she doesn't have a phone or internet? What 28-year-old doesn't have phone or internet? And her dad can't vouch that she exists because he disowned her, and that they can't ask him about the daughters because he doesn't like talking about them. That's her excuse. And now she's suddenly got 4 kids she's taking care of. Oh no, you're good, Tiger. Share away, buddy. But now it's gone from two kids to 4? And no, she's not taking care of them. They stay with her dad, and she's not even allowed any contact with them while they're there. And they quit letting them go over there because of her. Now to visit those children, he has to go to her sister to visit those kids.
Yeah, I have a filter on. I do have a filter on, yeah. I do.
She looks awfully good to have gone through 6 rounds of chemo in one sitting and still have all her hair. Supposedly, she's gone 2 times, and they did 6 rounds at the same time through 6 different IV lines at the same time in one sitting. But yet, she still has all that hair. It's a miracle, I'll tell you. And none of it's come back white. Isn't that strange? And her proof? No. But yet they won't put a port in because her veins collapse. She says they won't put a port in because she doesn't want one because her veins collapse, and that's why she doesn't want a port. No medical professional would run 6 rounds of chemo through her at the same time in one sitting through 6 separate IV lines through a butterfly needle because she can't handle the big needles. No, they need a central line for that, White Tiger. You have to have a central line for that. You cannot run that through a little bitty ass vein. It will burn your fucking veins up. There's no. Let alone do it twice. They would lose their medical practice. Not to mention somebody would probably face charges. Exactly, Matthew. That's the point. They're not going to risk that. Nurses do not like me at all when sticking me because I'm a hard stick. Because my veins are hard to find. And like I stay dehydrated a lot, so they're like all tiny and shit. So they don't like me when it comes time to give blood. I piss them off. I get stuck no less than like 3 or 4 times when they go to put an IV in or take blood. And they can have like the best fucking phlebotomist or whatever you call it. I think that's what they're called. Anyway, the people who suck your blood, they can have the best one come in there and take it, and they will still end up sticking me 3 or 4 times. So, like, the fact that she's trying to tell people that they ran 6 separate IV lines with butterfly needles for chemo. Yeah, that's not that's not how that works.
Twice a month chemo. I have 6 rounds, Laura Hunter.
She gets 6 rounds at the same time, twice a month. And this is her 2nd month. So this would be her 4th time. I can't keep up with it. She mixes it up so much, I'm losing track. She goes twice a month. This is her 2nd month. So she's had 6 rounds each time at the same time 4 times. But yet she still has all her hair. None of it's come back white or fallen out at all. Her hair is thicker than mine, and my hair's thick as fuck. Especially with all the baby hairs. Oh, don't worry, White Tiger. She shows us her non-existent injection sites. Don't worry, it's coming.
Gosh, these people. I had endocrine carcinoma in 2017. Okay, all the way to 2019 toward the end. Okay, it's 2023 right now. Like, what don't you guys get? Endocrine carcinoma of the large squamous cells. My father took good care of me.
I had what? Don't let me read words. White tiger? The fuck is that word? Gonorrhea and AIDS? Gonorrheids? Gonorrheids? Oh, sniff a herpa gonorrheids. Look at me. I did it. Do I get a cookie for that? I said it before you said it. So, ha. It took me a minute. Do I get cookies for that? Hey, Terry. And hey, Tammy. Red velvet cookies with the cream cheese in the middle. Those are the best. And I'll post because people are yelling at me.
You guys are so sad.
Yeah, I'm leaving Tuesday. By the way. Well, these are red velvet and they're soft and they put the cream cheese icing in the middle of the cookie. And it's got a lot of cream cheese in it. So you can actually taste the cream cheese. They are fucking delicious. And you can get them from Publix. They're amazing. Also, love you guys. Hey, Claudia. Why are y'all talking about nipple clamps? 1,500 in Panda's account immediately. You have to drag out the immediately. Top 4 ways in the bio. Top 4 ways in the bio. Like, did you guys see his video earlier? I really wanted, oh my god, he pissed me off. Because he was harassing the ever loving shit out of the medics that came by. He was like, "Well, what do y'all do for people? What code do you give for somebody starving to death?" That fat fuck is not starving to death. Please hurry! Please hurry! PayPal, friends and family. Best nipple clamps would probably be the squishy silicone ones. Yeah, fuck Carl, man. That dude pisses me off. Start with Temu. Listen, now Terry's an undercover freak, okay? Oh my god, yeah. Um the gritted teeth bullshit is just, man, I laugh at him. Yeah, Terry would know all about your nipple clamp needs.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, Travis said he wants to be on Bandit,
No.
and you're a piece of shit for lying about cancer.
I have endocrine carcinoma.
You know there's a
Yeah,
special
so
place for you.
I have it twice.
Show us your port.
2017 to 2019. How do you know I'm lying? Just
Show
say
us your
I'm
port.
lying. Just say I'm lying. How do you know?
Medicare
How
provides
do you
rides for
know?
people.
How do you know?
Medicare provides rides for people.
Medicaid.
Whatever. Tomato, tomato.
No, they don't provide it. You know why? Because I had a daughter that was in college and I have a car that is on my name. And now that she's not in college, she's 28 now. Okay. I still have the car that needs to be junked in my name. But do you not understand the grieving?
Ooh, Terry. Terry a freak in the streets. You see that, fellas? We got us a bona fide freak in the house. Somebody better snatch up that Terry before somebody runs off with her. She won't be single long with skills like that. Hell, y'all don't snatch her up. I just might. Adel like all over it, bro. I'm old. I can't run fast. Well, that's better for them, Terry. They don't have to chase you too hard. It's the meth, Matthew. It's the meth. Meth is the problem. Maybe if they didn't brush their teeth with meth. Seems to be an issue. Just saying. Terry, you don't have to run faster than Edelwolf. You just have to run faster than the person behind you. Which hopefully isn't me. So basically, the other lady behind you that's running, you just have to be faster than her. That's all.
That I go through right now.
We're not talking about that though.
I'm sorry, but like, they just gonna have to catch my ass, cause I'm not running no goddamn where today. I just have to get caughted. That's all I'm gonna say. I just have to handcuff myself. Hey, Harry. Your Tammy is here, Harry. And Terry's here too. Where is my Aries, by the way? Adolf's like, don't worry, I am on my way. You just said the magic words. You just let me know you could not run. Yeah, just everybody say boobs collectively and let's try to summon Aries. Usually if there's talks of boobs, Aries will materialize out of thin air. And I miss Aries.
We're talking
Oh,
about
absolutely, we're not. But I absolutely had it in 2017 to 2019.
You're asking for money for
and
rides,
I had it on
right?
my profile of the.
You're asking for money for rides. So
I'm not asking for money. What do
you
you?
don't have no paperwork, nothing, no.
I don't need to have paperwork.
Everybody wants you to just prove that you have what you're saying you have.
Why? To make you
Why?
happy?
Because it's fucked
because
up
the
that you're.
proof will come. This is my third visit coming up next month. It will come when this is gone again. How about that? And my kids.
Wait a minute, I thought it was your second visit. Then it was your 4th visit. Now it's your 3rd visit. How many times is your story going to change? First, 2nd visit, then 4th visit. Now it's your 3rd visit.
It's decorated as an Easter egg like they did before. How about that?
You don't have no
You
doctors
won't see it
paperwork.
because you will be gone.
Like, that's crazy. There's people out there that's really suffering, and you're out here scamming money from people.
There really is. And they're called sugar mamas and things like that.
What?
They're not people like me. That makes no sense that you all would even think that.
Sugar mamas. There are people out here suffering. Apparently, they're called sugar mamas. Tiger. Right, Tiger? Harry, I didn't read your previous statement, and all I saw was ran a 1-inch cable in it, and that sounded so much worse, not having a pretext for that statement. I don't know why, Ada Wolf. That's weird. I don't filter cuss words. This is Toxic Fairy.
Everybody thinks that.
No.
She apparently got brain cancer from her cervix. Make that make sense.
They
Everybody
don't.
in your chat
My
thinks
close,
that, except
famous
maybe 2
family
people.
does not think that. They don't. They know
You don't have
better.
nobody vouching for you. You don't have no paperwork to prove
They
it. You
they
don't have.
can't. They're not. They're not allowed. They're not allowed. Do you understand?
No,
you don't
nobody
have a famous
understands,
family
lady.
member, so you don't know.
I don't even know why your mods stick up for you. Like, if they
Because
watch
they
the chat,
know.
they would know. If they look at the chat, if they listen to some of the things these people are saying,
They
would
know.
They don't know. They hopped in one day on
My
the
famous
Wake Up
family
chat.
knows. The people that I can't mention their names right now.
Of course,
For no
right?
reason. You're gone. You'll see. Do you want to get you a different name later on when I'm bald? You'll see. You'll know. Her famous family. Your kidnapping story. What? You guys are gone. Gone. I don't want your money. Tasha, keep it. Keep it. Thank you for the hearts, guys, that do care. Thank you. I have a famous family. Yes, I do. Here. Bit. Because I know I'm telling the truth. That's why I don't mind.
Hey, how are you?
I'm not too good right now tonight. Hi, Luna.
What's wrong?
I'm glad you're here with your husband, Martin.
So I feel for you because I'm going through cancer right now too. So I know
What
how
type
it
do
is.
you have?
I have gastrointestinal stromal cancer.
Oh,
So it's
in
a
your stomach.
sarcoma
Yeah.
of the stomach.
I want you all to pay attention. This pissed me off this morning. And I said some things that probably would have gotten me struck if I had left it up. This woman is terminal. There's no hope for her. She's dying with cancer. She's incurable. Love you too, Ada Wolf. Okay? Like, legitimately dying of cancer. And she's got to be the bravest soul I have ever seen. And I want you to pay attention to how this woman treats her. She gaslights her. She yells over her. She won't let her speak because she knows this lady knows what she's talking about, and she's afraid that this lady is going to out her, and she's not going to be able to come back from it or make something up because she knows this lady knows what she's talking about, so she can't let her speak. She spends this entire time talking over her, double talking her, gaslighting her, berating her. It right, White Tiger? But she won't let her speak. This poor woman can't get a word in edgewise, and she's the only one on this panel who actually has cancer. Pay attention to how she treats her. I damn near threw my fucking computer this morning. It made me mad as hell.
It can't be cured. Now, chemo doesn't.
Oh, it can't be cured?
It cannot be cured.
Did the doctor say there's no?
Let her speak, fairy. She deserves dignity and respect. You don't. Let her speak. Stop talking over her, you piece of shit.
No medication of
Yeah,
chemo that can be cured
mine.
for you?
Regular chemotherapy and radiation doesn't work for me. So,
Honey,
stop using.
I want to tell you something right quick. The chemo, when you try.
She knows that the jig is up for her, and that's why she can't let her talk. Because if she lets her talk, she's busted. That's why she keeps talking over her.
Like when I tried my chemo, they try it, and every 6 months we get the CT scan.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know if you know about that. And they do the contrast to see if it's working.
What do you mean you don't know if she knows about that? This woman is terminal. What do you mean you don't know if she knows about chemo and CT scans? Really?
Working or not? Have
Right,
you
you'll
not
have that
they not
every
tried that
6
for you?
every 6 months, and I just went through mine last week.
Okay.
But like I was saying, I don't have. It's good and bad. The bad thing is that traditional chemo doesn't work for me, nor does radiation.
I
But
hate that you're
what
dying.
happened was they discovered an oral chemo that they use for leukemia patients.
Is it working?
Helps you live longer. So, as a
No, it
Friday-
breaks my heart to go into the chemo room to even see a young boy.
So if it breaks your heart so much, Toxic Fairy, how about you let her fucking speak? Because this woman is the only woman on this panel that deserves some fucking respect. Because in my opinion, you don't deserve respect at all.
Who has like liver cancer and he's 24, and then you don't see him again, you know? You don't see him again. You get close to people.
Right. But what I can't figure out.
But people don't
is
understand that on
where-
here.
Yeah, listen, I'm trying to help you and I'm trying to let these other people understand
Yeah.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Now, so when you go in for your chemo, how many days?
It's a room. It's a certain room.
Right. How many days do you go away?
6 rounds.
Wait, but do you go every day?
I actually go 6 rounds, 3 days and 3 days.
And
It's
you've already
three.
done it all?
It's for 2 weeks, and I have to do double rounds. Is what I do because
And
it came on my
Where do
because
they
brain
put
cancer came on my cervix, which made it very rare at the market cancer.
Right. But what kind of, do you know what kind of chemo they use on you?
Not the chemo. I don't. I
Well, you
actually
should
have
know.
4 bags.
Because I actually know that mine's called imatinib or Gleevec.
Well, I actually have one that I do that I don't know the whole name. I can't pronounce it, but it's the one with the C on it, and it's actual one that they use a lot for a lot of cancer patients.
And tell me where they put it on you, because that is so.
Oh, put it on me. They use IV. It's
like
IV,
where, though?
and it busts the veins, and you can't get chemo under your skin because you will have to have treatment for that done too, and shots. So yeah, I actually use veins. It's the veins, and they bust.
Barry, show me, can you show us where on your arm they put it? Because this is just, I'm gonna.
Yeah, they put it anywhere. They
Like
put it
where?
anywhere they find the veins, the leg,
Where they
the
did it the
arms,
last time?
anywhere. Yeah, anywhere.
Okay, show us where you had it the last time. Just show us your arm or
Just
wherever.
in the middle of my arm, and then I have one right here.
Oh, we can't see it.
I can't. I don't know.
That's your hand, idiot. That's not your arm. That's your hand. That's the palm of your hand. And how can you not show her your arm? That's convenient. Good night, Tiger. She conveniently can't show her arm.
Well, I guess you're very lucky that they can put chemotherapy, which takes hours.
It takes hours, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me tell you something. On my first one, which my dad told me, don't you ever do that again. You know how it looks like it's the IV port, the pole. Okay.
Yeah.
And so when they will it into you, it's covered in bags, not the bag, but the bag over top of the bag. 'Cause the sunlight, the light hitting it and
Mhm.
stuff. You know what I'm talking
I've just
about?
never heard of that kind of chemo treatment before. And
Oh, okay. Well, mine are covered in dark velvet
and I work in a
brown
hospital.
bags.
So
Yeah.
I know
They take them off, Donnie. They take them off. And then the back are just regular. But
So you are actively fighting cancer right now?
yes, 3rd treatment, yes, coming up.
And why in the how?
Second time.
So lucky.
Second time.
How did you get so lucky for your hair not to fall out?
Wait, didn't she say it was her 3rd time and then go right back and say it was her 2nd time? Didn't she say 3rd time like 4 times and now it's her 2nd time? One in the chat, if you recall her saying that was her third time, like 4 different times. Now she's saying it's her second time. Hey, Jules. So which is it? You'd think she'd be able to keep up with that. Apparently not.
Next month is the third time.
It falls out. It doesn't fall off.
Oh, it does right now. Yes. In patches, like, you can pull. Yes.
Is
Yes.
that a wig or your hair?
No, this is my hair, but it comes out in patches and I got to pull back.
Now, what you said that you had brain surgery and you got stitches back there. I mean,
No, staples. Staples.
how in the world? You shouldn't pull
Shaved.
with that.
Do what, honey?
If you got staples back there and you had brain surgery, you shouldn't have a hair tie or anything back like there.
It's barely, look. It's just a barely.
Can you show us your staples? Because they would have shaved your head for brain surgery. They would have shaved your head
back there because it's actually, I don't even know how to do this.
Yeah, let us see. Well, hey, I know. Wait, prop the phone up on something.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to actually pull my hair down.
Okay, fair enough. See,
because it's actually bleeding, and I have to keep it clean. See how short my hair is?
Well, they should have.
My daughter's just going to go ahead and shave it. We're just going to.
That is not short, by the way. And your hair would not be that thick and healthy after 3 settings of 6 rounds of chemo at the same time. You said this was your second, third, or fourth time. You can't keep up with how many times you've done it. At minimum, your third time of sitting there while they ran 6 separate IVs through you with a butterfly needle and did all 6 rounds of chemo at the same time, yet you have all your hair, it's that thick and healthy. There's no fucking way. And back a few minutes ago, she told everybody that that little hair tie was a wig. Remember that. Because she's about to tell this lady that the hair on the hair tie she said 20 minutes ago was a wig. Now she's claiming that that's her hair that fell out and it's just wrapped neatly around the hair tie. But now it's hair she's lost and not a wig.
I'm going to go ahead and fix it off.
They should have all that shaved.
Oh, I had to keep it at the top because it hurt so much. And this is my hair that all comes out, and it
Show us where it's shaved, though.
That is not your hair that comes out because 20 minutes ago you just told them that that was the wig you were talking about. That Medicaid paid for that wig, which is a hair tie with hair attached to it that you can buy at Walmart for $2. They make these hair ties with hair on it to give you some extra volume. And she's trying to tell this lady that that's the hair that's fell out. When 20 minutes ago she told the other lady it was a wig. And Jules, the lady she's talking to, is terminal. There's no cure for this lady's cancer. The one she's talking over and being rude to, the lady speaking to her right now is terminally ill with cancer. She's going to die. There's nothing more they can do for her. And this is the way she's treating her. She's lying to this lady's face when this lady is literally dying of cancer. And did anybody, when she showed the back of her head, see any staples, stitches, or shaved places, or a massive ass drain in her skull? No, she doesn't. She's exposing her, Jules. She got her to expose herself because she said, hey, show us, your injection sites or infusion sites, whatever. Just show us where they gave you the chemo on your arm, because she said the last place she had it was on her arm, but conveniently she couldn't show her arm, but she could show her palm of her hand. Right? How convenient. And now she's trying to pass off the thing she said 20 minutes ago was a wig. Now she's saying it's the hair that fell out. It's not. It's a Walmart hair tie. Now she's trying to convince this poor lady that she's got 18 staples and like 12 stitches and a whole ass drain in the back of her head with all that hair on the back of her head with no shaved areas whatsoever.
Oh, it just pulls out of my head from it.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
yeah.
I know sometimes
There's no hair in her hand. Right, she showed the back of her head. There's no bald spots. There's no shaved spots. There's no staples. There's no drain. There's no nothing. There's a head full of hair on the back of her head, but no bald spots.
my shower
And
gets
then I
stopped
had
up
the
all
tube
the
on
time
the
because my
side.
hair does fall out. I don't have to lose it all.
You're gonna have a tube on that side? I thought you already had a drainage tube, and that's why they had to put the staples and the stitches in, Toxic Fairy. So which is it? Do you have a drainage tube, or are they gonna put one in? If they're gonna put one in, why haven't they already? If they already have stitches and staples in there, they would have already put the drainage tube in there if they had done that. And this right here is why she won't let this lady speak, because every time this lady speaks, she exposes one of her lies.
But it does fall out, and
No, mine
my
passes.
chemo has destroyed my bones.
Neurogenic bladder spasm for me. Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
you cannot lie about cancer. You cannot lie about
Why would anybody do that anyway? Do you understand that God saves?
You know what? Here's what I want you to know. Here's what I want you to leave you with, okay? Listen, Miss Berry, listen. This is what I want you to know.
When a doctor tells you have cancer, what do you think? You don't think of humans. First thing you think of your family, leaving them. You don't think of dying.
You know what?
think
The
of
first
your
thing I
family,
thought about,
and God.
listen,
Those are two things.
listen. When I first found out that I had cancer,
Yeah.
I never said,
It feels good talking to you. Thank you.
I never said, why me? Because you know what? Why the hell?
I don't know why you'd say that, Fairy. She's exposed at least 6 separate lies you've told. And if it feels so good to talk to her, why won't you let her talk? Why do you keep talking over her? I can tell you why. Because every time she talks, she exposes another lie. And this lady knows you're lying. She's exposing you for lying. You're being called out on your lies, and you're calling yourself out when you fucking contradict yourself and show that you're lying, because you showed the back of your head. None of the back of your head was shaved. You had a full ass head of hair. Your hair was so thick on the back of your head, you can't see your scalp. It's so thick. if they had shaved a large enough area to put that many stapled and stitches in there, first off, they would have done one or the other. Secondly, they would have had a drainage tube that you could visibly see. And there would have been a shave patch. Your hair was so thick back there, you can't see your scalp. So that's a couple of lies right there you've had exposed. Just in that one little department. Then she exposed you for not having chemo because you conveniently couldn't show your arm. So you couldn't show her the treatment sites. Then you don't know what kind of chemo you have. Then you try to tell her you had 6 rounds of chemo in one sitting through 6 different IV lines in a butterfly needle. No. It's worse than stolen valor, Jules. No, she doesn't have it. She's been exposed for faking it. She's gotten in trouble for it. People filed against her for theft by deception, which is what it is about to happen to Lisa. She got in trouble because she was collecting funds and she got in trouble for theft by deception. She's not on TikTok anymore. She got in some deep shit for this.
Not me. I am nobody. And I made a pact with God. And I said,
never
God,
said that or
now
felt
listen
that.
to
I
me
felt
right
like
now. I said,
She's not talking about you, Fairy. She's talking about herself if you would let her finish. This ain't about you, you selfish, narcissistic bitch.
want you to take me. I give my life.
Oh
if
no.
You will let one child live
No.
that has cancer. I said,
No.
No? What do you mean, no, Fairy? You mean you wouldn't give your life for a child? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean, no, 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 no? Did you hear that? This lady is sitting there telling her that she made a pact with God that if he would take her instead of a child. In Toxic Fairy, all she can do is think of herself and say, no, 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 I never said that. I never said that. She's not talking about her. She can't pull her head out of her own ass long enough to listen, and she keeps talking over the lady and not letting her speak. So that right there shows you how selfish she is. Even with her made up pretend cancer, she wouldn't trade her life for a child's. Let that sink in.
Oh, I never said that, and I never felt that way. That's a different way of looking at it,
I would give
darling.
my life, and I made a pact.
Oh,
with
I would
God.
too for children.
And I said,
No, 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 you would not, because you said no, 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 no. I never said that. I never would say that. Did you not? One in the chat, if she didn't just say no, 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 I never said that, and I never would. One in the chat, if you just heard her say that. And now she backtracks and said, oh no, I would give my life for a child. And really? Because you just said no, 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 no. You'd never say that. Now you're saying you would. Which is it?
God, please just do this for me.
Yes.
Please take me instead of a child. That's how serious
I already
cancer
know.
is.
I already know.
So you can.
I know how
Thank
serious.
you guys, I love y'all. I'm about to cry. But
here's the thing: my daughters and at the time when I had my daughter.
This is not about your pretend daughters that do not exist, that you've Minecrafted 10,000 different ways, Fairy. This is about this lady's journey with terminal cancer. And how dare you sit there and condescend to her, telling her you know how serious cancer is when you have no fucking clue. This ain't about your pretend daughters that you can't remember how she died. First it's a car accident, then it was cancer, then it was Minecrafted, then it was a car accident again, then it was she got brutally raped and Minecrafted. You can't keep your story straight about your own child's death because you've told it 1,000 different ways.
The thing is that they flash before your eyes, and I had my grandson only when he was younger, like a few years.
Oh, but I thought you had 4 different grandchildren you were raising. Now it's just one? So you can't even keep up with that. It's another word for killed, so I don't get struck. Minecrafted is another word for killed. And she's pretending to cry and changing the subject because she knows she's busted. And dragging up the pretend death of her made up daughter.
Years younger back, and he's 12, almost 12 now in December. And the first thing that crossed my mind was I'm going to leave them and never see them and not know if they're going to get into heaven. That was the first thing that crossed my mind. And the second thing, I've been called out for faking cancer, and now I have to fucking play the victim because I have these pretend children that never existed. One of which I pretended to kill off like 1,000 different ways, but I'm totally the victim in this, and it's totally not fair that I've been busted lying about cancer. Then let me put my voice up 10 octaves because I know I'm lying. Name was Lord, it's only me and you because I trust no humans here. Lord,
My first thought.
Everybody noticed how when she's been called out and when she doesn't have a valid excuse, her voice goes up about 10 octaves to that fake whining shit she does. And she immediately, every time she doesn't want to talk about something or every time she's being called out on something, she drags up the imaginary death of her imaginary daughter so that she can end the conversation and they can't criticize her for it. And nobody, Toxic Fairy, would talk about the death of their child while smiling. Your body and your brain know that you're lying, and what you're doing is called duper's delight, and you don't intend to, but you're grinning ear to ear. You have a shit-eating grin on your face right now because you think you've escaped accountability because you're talking about your deceased imaginary daughter. And what you don't realize is that you're smiling while you're talking about it. Idiomotor effect. It's called duper's delight. It's involuntary. Nobody would be smiling while saying the things you're saying if they were true.
Woe is not me. I have never cried. I have never, ever
I
said
never
who was
cried for
me.
myself. I cried
still
for
work.
that.
I work 2 damn jobs just so I can afford to pay my monthly chemo bill that comes in the mail.
I can't afford that.
Well, then work.
I can't, honey. They gave me my check because of that, and I can't.
Well, then
And
you
the
should have enough
Medicaid
money.
pays for it, and my doctor paid for it.
So
My doctor paid for
everything you
that for
have is
me.
covered. You get paid for not working.
She's trying to say that her medical insurance pays for it because she's disabled, quote unquote. Then she turns right around and says that her doctor pays for her chemo. Then why do you need money if your doctor pays for your chemo and you have insurance and disability? Why do you need money then? You shouldn't need money if your doctor pays for your chemo. One, that would be an ethical issue, and he would lose his medical license if he did that. Two, there's no way in hell he was going to pay for your chemo for fake cancer. Yeah, because they don't do that, Dark Angel. It doesn't exist. That's why you've never heard of it. They may help you find programs that help you pay for your treatment, but they're not going to pay for your treatment out of their pocket. They could get in trouble for that. Exactly, Jamie.
And all your medicine
Ma'am,
is covered.
listen, my doctor is a great cancer oncologist for many years, and he paid for a lot of stuff
I'm
for
sorry,
me.
Smurfette. Your doctor paid for your treatment?
Part of it, when I couldn't do it, he helped.
But it should have, you don't.
No, that's God stepping in, ma'am. You may not believe in God then.
Don't you dare finish that sentence. Don't you dare drag God into your fucking cesspool of lies. And don't you dare tell this poor woman she doesn't believe in God when your whole conversation earlier, I know you didn't listen to her because you were too worried about yourself and talking over her. But she just said she asked God to take her instead of a child. So don't you dare sit there and tell her she doesn't believe in God because she doesn't buy your bullshit.
Sorry. Maybe that's why you've not mentioned him, but I mentioned him.
I don't know. I think I did talk about.
She didn't mention him. You know, that whole time you were talking over her where she was talking about how she had a conversation with God about how if he had the choice between her and a child to take her. You don't recall that? I know you don't because you were talking over her the whole fucking time.
The little chat that God and I had together.
Okay, well, that's God stepping in. God finds mysterious ways to help you. When you need help, God finds ways to help.
You know what? Now you even got me damn confused. Is anybody else in the chat confused? Because I'm confused as hell. What? This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And God, and I pray that if you do have cancer, that you get through it.
Yeah.
That you're a warrior. But
okay,
you don't. You can't do this. You can't. I mean, you say you have staples in your head, but we see none. You say you have
I don't have
therapy,
to
but
do that.
your hair
They're
hasn't fallen
bleeding,
out.
and I have to take care of when they're bandaged up. So it's okay. It doesn't matter.
And you should know you're
bandaged up. Did anyone see a bandage? Apparently, the bandage doesn't wrap all the way around the head like normal bandages would. Apparently, we didn't see it because it was bandaged up, but yet we couldn't see her scalp because her hair was so thick we couldn't see her scalp, but yet there was supposedly a massive shaved area with a shit ton of staples and stitches and drainage tubes in the back of her head that were just invisible, right?
You're
As time goes on,
nobody
that's how
knows
you
about,
know.
you know who is your biggest advocate? You are. So you have to learn about every
Honey, as
single-
time goes on, this will be gone. That's how you know. So
Well,
that's why
kinda
I
crazy,
sit
though. It's
here
been a long-
and I don't worry because all this is just gone. So
It should have already been gone, Fairy.
no, not on 2. No, I've done this. This is my second time. No, I've done it. I've done it.
Second time where you sat there while they ran 6 rounds of chemo through you at the same time using 6 separate IV lines and butterfly needles. That's 12 rounds of chemo at minimum, and you're saying you still have all that hair to the point we can't see your scalp. Ma'am, just stop it.
And I don't have your type of cancer. I have it's a rare endocrine carcinoma of the large squamous cells. There's a small.
It's squamous, okay?
I pronounce it different because I don't know how to pronounce it.
But
I would assume if it was that severe and rare, you'd be able to say squamous cells, but because you probably Googled it, you couldn't pronounce it correctly. And that is not even almost the way you pronounced it, so don't even.
And it started on my cervix when they thought I had cervical cancer, and it really ended up being brain
I have
cancer
a very rare
from the biopsy.
The cancer started on her cervix. Started on her cervix. Let me nail that home for you. Started on her cervix and went directly to her brain skin, SKIN, and bypassed all her major organs to go from her cervix to her brain. Because that's how that works. Right? Because cancer is just going to bypass all your major organs and tissues to get to your brain, right? From your cervix.
There's only 4,000 people in the United States that get diagnosed with this every year.
I'm
Now, that's
sorry
rare.
for you. I'm very sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm very
But
sorry
I
because
think-
you don't understand. Anytime I hear the
understand.
word cancer, it hurts so bad to home to me.
Did you just tell a terminally ill woman who is dying of cancer that she doesn't understand how scary it is to hear the word cancer? She did not only heard the word cancer, she has it, and she is dying with it. And you just told her she doesn't understand. The audacity on her to tell this woman who is literally dying of cancer that she doesn't understand what it's like to hear the word cancer. And that she doesn't believe in God because she doesn't buy her bullshit.
My
And
little,
all of this,
he
I
had
got
leukemia
I'm single. I'm
and he
still
had lung
relatively
cancer.
young. And you know what? Nobody will ever date me because nobody dates people with cancer. So
I
stop
know.
feeling sorry
I know
for
how you
yourself.
feel. I don't have a husband, so for many, many years or nobody. So I know just my grandkids because I have to take care of them because she's gone now. So I have to
Yep.
take care of them.
And that's a very honorable thing to do, to take care of your grandchildren.
No, she's gone, and I have to.
Yeah, that is,
Those are not your grandchildren. Those are your nieces and nephews, and you are not allowed contact with them for obvious reasons. Because when your sister found out you were claiming those children as your own, she got pissed off. And when your dad and your sister found out that you were claiming to have 2 children and one of them you've killed about 15,000 different ways, horrible ways too. You've had that imaginary child brutally raped and murdered, car accidents, cancer, you name it. You can't keep your story straight with that. When they found out about all of this and the fact that you were faking cancer and scamming people out of money again, when you had already been in trouble with the law for theft by deception, drugs, and DV, and fucking, you've got a book of shit on you with your record, honey. Your record is about as thick as the fucking Guinness Book of World Records. And when they found out about it, what you were doing on TikTok, they got royally pissed off at you, and you were then not allowed to even speak to those children. Those are not your grandchildren.
it. So, but you can't feel sorry for yourself, and you can't.
I don't. I'm hurt. I grieve. I grieve every night.
You're crying, and
Every
you're telling
second,
people
I'm
they can't
empty.
talk unless you give them a big gift. I have never heard of that in my
I said,
whole
if you leave
entire
me a
life.
gift at the bottom, that I will actually let people yell at me. You must not have been in here for many times, because
Oh,
people call me
I've been
names and they
silent for
scream at
many
me.
times.
Oh,
but
they
I'm just-
call me names and they scream at me in these boxes.
And they should. For what you're doing and what you've been doing, you deserve to be screamed at. You deserve to go to jail. You have scammed people out of thousands of dollars, pretending your child was dead. You even had a fundraiser for your imaginary dead child, claiming she was kidnapped, brutally raped, mutilated, and murdered. Claiming you had to raise funds to bury what was left of her. Scamming people out of thousands of dollars. You're disgusting. No wonder your family went no contact with you after all of this. You are a disgrace.
Now, here's one thing. I said what I would
Honey,
do.
you have no right to talk to me the way you're talking, and I'm done. And I wish
Listen,
you the
ma'am.
best of your
No, hold
cancer,
on.
because I have it, and I'm not.
Ma'am, no, you don't. And how dare you condescend to her? She has been nothing but gracious. She has been patient and kind and compassionate with you when you do not deserve it. Especially not from her, who is sitting there literally dying of cancer and took the time out of her, what time she has left, to try to reason with you, and you treat her like that. Shame on you.
Worried about you,
Okay.
and I know what I'm grieving for. So
You're
I'm
not
done.
worried about me. I was worried about you. I'm worried about
No,
your
you're
grandkids.
treating me like I don't, and it's very, very bad.
No, ma'am.
For some,
No, what's very, very bad is that you pretended to have a child be Minecrafted and brutally raped and mutilated. And you pretended to have cancer for monetary gain. And you sit here and you condescended and talk down to this poor woman who's literally dying of cancer. No, ma'am. No. No.
someone
Now,
that's
what-
got it, you should never question that about another person. Because I wouldn't question you. I don't know why you left. I was talking to you.
Because you kicked her out of your box. Don't say you don't know why she left when you kicked her out of your box. See, you can't even be honest about that. You literally kicked her out of your box while you were sitting there lecturing her about what she didn't know about cancer when she's the one dying of it.
I don't even know what her name is on here. Please, Maud, just get her out of here because she
exposed you for the liar you are. That's why.
me
Yeah.
much money one way, and he done that one time, and I was with a little blue debit prepaid card. You have a famous family, and the thing is people don't believe me, and I don't want to cry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to cry, but I'm mentally messed up really bad.
Yeah. And I think Gigi, she was the one that you were talking about. I don't think she was being mean. She was
nice.
She was really
Nice.
sweet. Yeah.
Yes.
And she's going to talk shit about Gigi. But wait, there's more. It's just getting good, guys. You thought all of that was bad. So you thought that was the tea, right? No. This is just getting started. But wait, there's more. It gets better.
Just wanting
And
to
she understood a lot of what I said is true.
Yeah.
And I just been through a lot too, just like other people have been through a lot now. My things are hurting, but yeah, I've been through a lot too.
Your things are hurting? You mean your imaginary staples that are not in the back of your head? Because you showed the back of your head and there's not one patch missing on the back of your head. Not one. Much less a patch big enough to house 18 staples and like 12 stitches and a whole ass drainage tube. There's no shaved areas whatsoever on the back of your head, ma'am. There's nothing hurting you back there. And you know it. You're just trying to escape accountability because you just got hardcore exposed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And we just want to make sure that, I guess, because whenever it's just you talk in circles a little bit, so we're just trying to figure out.
Because I don't know anybody to trust them, and I don't know. And I don't know how to do this TikTok thing that good because I'm new to it. And I do have a famous family, and the thing is people don't believe me, and I leave it at that. I don't care.
So they don't. So your family, like they're not.
They bring it up, and that's why I brought it up to you because they're bringing it up right here. So.
But they don't want to help you or anything like that.
Actually, they have. help me, but they can't do it. And then all the time, it's me and my daddy.
Yeah. And so
Yeah,
you
when I was kidnapped, my mom
too, right?
actually left, when I was in rehabilitation and getting well
Yeah, that's yeah.
and learning to walk again after he broke my kneecaps. But
Who kidnapped your mom? Okay, so your mom was kidnapped. Then she wasn't. Then, okay. So first you said the kidnapper stood off with your mom at McDonald's. Then you said she left you because of you getting kidnapped at McDonald's. Then you said she left you when you went to rehab. Now it's your mom's in rehab. Because she got kidnapped. See, there's 4 different stories about just your mom in the last 35 minutes. And that's just this video. That's not the 15 other videos where you give 30 different stories. That's just this one in the last 35 minutes. You've changed your story 4 times now. Just about your mom. You changed your story about how your daughter died about 6 separate times in this video. I'm sorry, but if your daughter died, you would have 0 trouble remembering how she died. Much less would you change your story so many fucking times about how she died. Because it would be fucking burned and seared into your memory. It would be something you could never forget. Much less change about 15,000 times.
Oh God! And so you have to take care of 4 little babies. Are they?
No.
Oh.
One's 11, almost 12, and then the one I showed to everybody today, she's 14, almost 15. And
yeah, and your sister was pissed that you put her daughter on camera when she explicitly told you didn't have permission to post pictures of her because you were masquerading her around as your own daughter on Facebook. She explicitly told you not to be taking pictures of her child. You had gotten into it with her on multiple occasions over that, and you did it again. And when she found out about it, then you were with no contact. You weren't supposed to even be talking to them after that because when she found out about it, she was fucking pissed. That is not your granddaughter, that's your niece.
I have a 16-year-old niece, and then the one I showed today is my niece. And my grandson's 11, almost 12. My 2.5-year-old is the one y'all saw the other day. And she's with her other grandparents until Sunday, yesterday. And that's the only other people I have to help me. So after my daughter, that's all the only one I have.
And then, so like I know you say you go for chemo and stuff. They don't help with any type of transportation or anything. Cause I'm from Texas.
Yeah, they do. They actually, my doctor gave me a UK University of Kentucky card. And to use to drive down as a taxi, it costs $585 one way. Okay.
Oh my, how far is chemo from you?
5.5 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And it costs that much money one way. And he done that one time. And I was with a little blue debit prepaid card.
That's, yeah. But I know.
So your doctor not only paid for your chemo, which is against their code of ethics, against the rules. He's breaking all kinds of fucking shit by doing that, by the way. Not only did he do that, but he worked for free, which doctors do not do. And then on top of that, he bought you a $500 debit card for transportation when Medicaid pays for transportation. Hey, Kiwi. Also, I haven't said anything the whole stream. I'm sorry. I'm leaving Tuesday to make the 32-hour trek north. If you would like to pitch in with that, the ways to do that are at the top of the chat. You're not obligated, but it would be greatly appreciated. And that's about it. That's the spiel. I do not look forward to the drive itself. That's going to be insane because I've got to drive straight on through. Unless I want to pay for two nights at a hotel. I don't know. I'm gonna try to push through and just make the whole fucking 32-hour drive so that I can be there and be prepared and meet with attorneys and do all the things I've got to do. Maybe a day early. I don't know that I'll be a day early, but I'll at least be the day prior early. So, if nothing else, wish me luck. Cross your fingers, pray, do whatever you do, that everything goes well and that everything gets resolved. It's going to be crazy next week. So it's a 32-hour drive there and a 32-hour drive back, and that's if we don't stop for shenanigans on the way back. We may stop for all kinds of shenanigans on the way back. You never know. With us garbage bears, what we're going to do. We may stop and get 5 ice creams. You never know. We may stop and get like a carload of cookies. We may stop and get strudels. We may stop and get poutine. We may stop and get lobsters. We don't know. Just depends on how everything goes, which I'm sure will go great. I have no doubt or no reason to doubt it. Buggered the 32 hour. Yeah, Kiwi. It's absolutely necessary, Kiwi. Is non-negotiable. So, but anyway, I'll be leaving out Tuesday and be doing my best to make that trek all in one go. By the time I stop, I'm probably going to collapse from exhaustion. But it'll be worth it. It'll be totally worth it. Hold on a minute. I need a $500 gift card for a trip. Great. What the fuck? Why is it these scammers get $500 gift cards for a trip? That's fucked up.
Oh, so when is your next?
And I get $9.14 a month for having that. And it's SSI. And my dad don't get much either. So
Oh yeah, I forgot that you stay with your daddy too.
no, he stays with me.
Oh, he stays with you. So does he like take care, or you kind of take?
So you can't even be honest about that, Fairy. You're living with your dad. He's not living with you. You were homeless. He took you in. You stole from him on multiple occasions and he still allowed you to stay there. Me too, great. There's only one part of that trip I'm concerned about, and it's not the driving. I really can't go into that right now. But, yeah. Anyway, love you guys. And you guys will be seeing some amazing scenery next week. I look forward to just showing you guys some beautiful countryside and beautiful stretches of road and hanging out with you guys periodically, and I hope you enjoy it.
Take care of him, or how does that work?
As of right now, I take care of him until I start to get where I can't anymore again.
Are they going to like give you some type of home health person to come and help
I
you?
have that now. I have that now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already have that 3 days a week.
Oh, okay.
I don't really care about none of that. It's just my grieving is it's just an empty hole. It never.
Stop calling me out on my bullshit. Let me change the subject to my imaginary grief about the imaginary child that imaginary died. She's getting really tired of her calling her out on her bullshit with the cancer scam. So she's got to change the subject to her imaginary child that she's imaginary killed about 13,000 ways. To deflect from the fact that she's being exposed.
Goes away.
Oh yeah, grieving.
Wouldn't you think real tears would come if you were so grieved? Wouldn't you think she wouldn't be smiling while she was cupping her head? If she was grieving so bad, she wouldn't be grinning ear to ear while talking about the death of her child. That's not something you smile about. Why is she grinning if she's grieving so bad? Because I wouldn't be smiling about that. I would be inconsolable. I wouldn't be online. Ever, probably. I would probably be a recluse. I would probably never come out of my room. I would probably spend the rest of my life in the fetal position because I could not bear it. I would rather die than to lose. I can't even say it. Not even in an imaginary scenario. I would rather die than to even think about it. Like there would be no recovering from that. Sure as fuck wouldn't be sitting here grinning ear to ear about it, pretending to cry while peeking through one hand to watch and see if it's working on the chat. It wouldn't be so suspicious if she didn't have one eye closed pretending to cry while she's cracking one eye open to peek at the chat to see if her fucking gaslighting and manipulation is working. To make sure her deflection is working. You know, look at her peek at the chat. If she was legitimately grieving, she wouldn't be peeking one eye open to make sure the chat is buying her bullshit.
It's grieving's a
Oh, it
SOD.
doesn't matter if it was someone else. It's different.
Yeah.
You always want to bury yourself before you bury your children.
Oh, of course. And I have 4 little boys, so I would want to make sure that I go.
She's not sober. Harry. Not even almost sober. She's a meth addict. On top of a benzo addict. On top of an opiate addict. On top. She's a dopehead. With a record a mile long. With drug charges, DV charges, fraud charges, theft by deception charges. Oh, does she? Because she can't hold her eyes open. Go back about 30 minutes where she was laying back and she couldn't hold her eyes open. She literally nodded off about 4 times.
First before they go. So
we're supposed to, I thought.
Yeah. I'm so sorry for your loss. I know that in your other daughter, she lives close to you.
County. She lives in another county.
Okay. Do you talk to her a lot?
Yeah, every day.
Okay, good.
No. The answer is no.
It makes my chest hurt, makes my breath away, so I can't talk about it.
No, it's okay. Okay, no problem.
You got to take your breath away.
Then quit bringing it up. Every time you start to get called out for lying about cancer, you bring up your pretend deceased daughter to change the subject and to deflect. And then you talk about it vaguely for about 5 seconds. And then you play the victim and said, well, no, I got to let you go now. I can't talk about that. After you brought it up to deflect from the fact that you were being called out on your lies about having cancer, so you changed the subject to your deceased imaginary daughter long enough to get people to forget that you were just being called out on a bunch of bullshit you done spewed. And to tell her, oh, no, we don't talk about that after you brought it up. Nobody else brought it up. You brought it up. So if you don't want to talk about it, stop using your imaginary deceased daughter as a shield to hide behind when you get called out for faking cancer. Stop throwing up your deceased imaginary daughter every time you get exposed for lying. If you don't want to talk about it. But you throw her up in these people's faces to change the subject when they're calling you out on your bullshit.
just can't describe it because it takes the complete breath away out of you.
Yeah.
There's just an emptiness that never gets filled.
How long ago was it that she passed away?
4 months ago.
Oh, so it was recently.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's how in the last moments of what.
If it had only been 4 months ago, I thought your kidnapping happened 4 years ago. Because it happened when you got kidnapped and cut to pieces with a scalpel. Okay, timeline time. She done fucked up right here. She done fucked up. Okay, one in the chat if you're ready for story time. Are you ready for me to... One in the chat if you're ready for me to rip this apart. One in the chat if you're ready for me to rip this the fuck apart. Yeah, me too. Okay. So she can't get her timeline right to start with on the kidnapping. Allegedly, now it depends on which one of her 18,000 stories you go by. Allegedly, either way, 3 to 4 years ago, her daughter, and her mom were kidnapped along with 16 other people. 16 other people. Never made the news. Never were reported missing. No police reports. Nothing. Okay, so he pulled her teeth with pliers, but he only pulled one tooth because it was so painful for her, and he had mercy on her and only pulled that one tooth because, you know, all kidnappers are merciful. That's what they're known for, right? But yet, he wasn't so merciful that he didn't cut her up with a scalpel. Allegedly, he cut her with a scalpel over every inch of her body from her toes to the top of her head, all over her body, cut her to pieces with a scalpel, broke both her kneecaps, and buried her alive in a cornfield. But he felt bad about it, right? So he dug her back up and took her back to the hotel room where he kept her another 68 days before the police came in and rescued her, quote unquote, allegedly. The other story she told was her daughter, and her mother were all kidnapped. He did all of the stuff, and he pulled 2 teeth. And he cut her to pieces with a scalpel, broke both kneecaps, blah, blah, blah. Buried her alive, dug her back up because he felt bad. Because, you know, kidnappers and torturers have a conscience. And got mad at her and buried her again a second time. After like a couple of days. Same cornfield. Didn't care about getting spotted twice in the same abandoned cornfield, apparently. Didn't think putting her in the same hole would have been suspicious either, apparently. Buried her alive again. Felt bad again. Dug her back up. Waited a couple of days. She made him mad again. And he Minecrafted her daughter after brutally raping her and cutting her up with a scalpel and paralyzing her mother and like maiming her mother. And then he took her alone out back again to the same cornfield and buried her in the same spot a third time. And the police dug her up the third time. Took her to the hospital. You know, her daughter was Minecrafted brutally. Yet there was no coroner's report for it. No police report. No media coverage. Those other 15 or 16 people never were reported missing in the whole 60-something days. But she's the only one they took to the hospital. But yet she didn't file a report or go to the media with it or press charges for it. Clearly, because he didn't go to jail for that. He went to jail for drug charges. Because, you know, when somebody kidnaps 16 people plus her kid, and her mom, that's 19 people in total, and brutalizes them the way he allegedly brutalized her, yet they didn't press charges, didn't make the news, didn't make the newspaper, no reports whatsoever were ever made. And they had to, how did they know where to dig her up? Did they have a magic 8-ball fairy and just know where to come and dig you up? Or because they didn't find you the other 2 times he buried you alive, why would they find you the third? But by some miracle, this third time he buried you alive, they just so happened to find you in the middle of an abandoned cornfield in the middle of nowhere where they weren't even looking for you. And the state didn't pick up the charges or charge him with 19 counts of kidnapping and at least 1 count of brutal murder. And abuse of remains. Because you'd have thought the 19 counts of kidnapping in the Minecraft would have been more severe charges than the drug charges, correct? That would have taken precedence over drug charges, one would think, right? One would think it would have at least made the newspaper, or at least there would have been an arrest report in the newspaper with his name in it and list of charges, correct? But that didn't happen, did it, Barry? Why is that? And why was there never a coroner's report for your imaginary daughter? If all those horrible things happened to her, why didn't you press charges on him for that? And that was supposedly several years ago because all your scalpel wounds mysteriously disappeared because I don't see one scar on your face. I've seen your arms, I've seen your chest before. You don't have any scars on your face, chest, or arms from a scalpel. And you said he cut you over every inch of your body with a scalpel, including, you said he cut your face up real bad. So So much so that nobody recognized you. It was so bad. Right? And that was supposedly when your imaginary daughter died, correct? Then why was it you just told this lady your daughter only passed away 4 months ago? If this happened several years ago. Your math isn't mathing, Fairy. One in the chat if her math is mathing. A 2 in the chat if you find just limitless problems with her story. Hey, Angel. Yeah, there's no fucking way. She just fucked herself there, though, because I'm not the only one who remembers how long ago this initially happened and how long ago she initially said her daughter passed away. And she's got like 18,000 different times that her daughter passed away. You can only die so many times, so many ways. Like one person can only die so many times, Fairy. You've had her die about 18,000 different ways, and you've given countless different dates. It's been anywhere from 6 years ago. You said that she died when the oldest one was born the first time because you said you only had one grandchild and he's 12 now. This was in this video. So that would have been 12, 13 years, well, about 12 years ago. 11, maybe 12 years ago, give or take. Then it's 4 months ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, 6 years ago, 2 months ago. I'm trying to remember all the different timelines she's given. I'm sorry, but if your child passed away, especially under such traumatic circumstances, you wouldn't have a problem knowing the exact time and day and method that they passed away in. That would be something that is seared into your brain and you would never forget it. You would forget your own name before you forgot how you lost your child and when that was. That time and date and the way they died you would forget who you were before you would forget those things. But yet you can't seem to keep your story straight to save your life. Yes, 34 now. Great has called it. From now on, when you want to call total and complete bullshit, the number 34 is the code. Okay? So everybody, from now on, when you want to call total and complete bullshit, just the number 34 in the chat. And that'll be our code for this is bullshit. All of it's just total and complete bullshit.
he was doing. And you never, the police, the detectives, not police, the detectives, they will tell you straight up what happened and when it, like what it was and everything. And you go to court, you
Yeah.
will.
So I guess that, and
How did you go to court on charges you never filed? You can't go to court on charges you never filed against someone, can you? You fucking liar. 34, 34, 34, god damn it. This is bullshit.
I guess everybody
I
in
brought in a glass jar and I put in.
You put her in a glass jar. Weren't you you said she died 4 months ago, correct? One in the chat, if you recall her saying just then that it was 4 months ago, correct? Then why is it that on 4 separate occasions she made a fundraiser for her funeral to be buried? She raised money for a casket, burial plot, funeral expenses. The first time I think it was like 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other 3 times were about 5 or 6 months apart. No, the last 2 times were only about 2 months apart. I take that back. That's after she raised a couple $1,000s for funeral expenses on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Now she's saying she put her in a glass jar. So where did all that money go that you raised for funeral expenses? That's weird. You can only bury a person once, unless they're toxic fairy, and then apparently you can bury them and dig them up 3 separate times.
And all the stab wounds and the gunshots and these little rocks and all that stuff like that lady did.
So now you were shot? And your daughter was shot? Okay, add a new method because she's changed it again. This is the 5th time she's changed it. There's car wreck, Minecraft, cancer, brutal grape in Minecraft, and mutilation. Now her daughter was shot. And the bullets from that are in her glass jar. What? Now, it's gone from she was brutally Minecrafted and raped and mutilated to now she was just kidnapped and pew-pewed to death. And the shells are inside her glass jar with her ashes. I want to see if she changes her story again because this is the 5th time so far, maybe the 6th.
Of how many times that she was done like that.
So she didn't. So it was something that was.
Oh, I forgot cancer. Cancer twice. So that's either 6 or 7. I'm losing track so far in this one video. Just in the last hour and 57 minutes, she's changed her story at minimum 7 times about how her daughter passed away and when she passed away.
It's like badge. It wasn't like an accident.
What?
Like your daughter that passed away. It was something that was very unexpected.
It was murdered.
Oh, I get. Oh, I thought you said it.
Very bad.
Because somebody said accident
In a
earlier.
very bad essay way.
Oh, okay.
God has, you know what sustained me?
The
God
what?
sustains me.
Yeah.
It has to take every second of every day to sustain me.
Apparently, now she was in a car when she got pew-pewed. And it was a car accident, but it wasn't an accident. It was murder. She was just in a car when she got pew-pewed. That's 8 times. This poor imaginary person. This person doesn't even exist, and I feel very sorry for her. I have never felt more sorry for an imaginary person than I do for this one. I am so confused right now. So we're going on 8 times now. She changed it at least 3 times in the past 20 minutes. Do you want to ask me again if I think she's high? No sober person does shit like this for money. Okay. Okay. I'll play your game. Name one sober person, not on drugs, who would go to this length for money. She doesn't have any bills. She lives with her dad. He pays all her bills. And she gets disability. And she has state-funded insurance. And in a state-funded phone. She doesn't even have to pay for internet. She doesn't have to pay for her medicine. Nothing. I'll wait. A 1 in the chat if you still think she's sober. Put our code number in there if you think she's absolutely not.
You know, he keeps me sustained in order to take care of the children. Because if not, then I won't be able to be around.
I guess that's somebody else asked. Was that person that unalived your daughter? Were they convicted? Did they get? Okay, good.
54 years, yeah.
Oh, so everything's still pretty.
Not enough to me. He gets to move around and breathe. and eat and talk. No. I don't. I forgive him, but it's still not enough to me. He can ask God for forgiveness and still go to heaven. And I forgive him because I want to go to heaven with my daughter. She went to church, so I want and love God, and I want to be with her.
I'm sorry. But if that just happened a couple of months ago, as you claimed this time, then you changed your story and it was like a year, and then it's back to 4 months, then a year again, back to 4 months. I wouldn't have already forgiven the person who Minecrafted my child brutally within 4 months. And you are so casual about it, and so unemotional, and so cold, and almost rehearsed about it. Like this is just something you're pulling out of your ass. There's no way it's true. None of it. Well, one, because the person doesn't exist. Two, because if this had been 4 months ago, you wouldn't have been able to sit here and talk about it without breaking. I would never forgive them. Ever. Much less in 4 months. Or a year. Or 6 years. Or 12 years. Yes, Kiwi. Yes. And that would be a thing that never happened. I would never forgive that person. I'd just have to go to hell. I don't know. I feel like God would understand. Yeah, that's called meth. And meth will mess you up. I'll be right back.
Someday. But I want our children to always know that God comes first. You can't take your own.
You won $1 trillion? Did you really just say that unironically? So apparently she won $1 trillion. Yeah, and I am John Gotti, and I am the mafia boss, John Gotti. If anything you have said this entire live stream wasn't bullshit, I am fucking John Gotti. I'll be right back.
Life, because our life is not our own. It's God's life. Our life is God's life. You do know that, right? I mean, I believe that. You don't have to.
No.
Our life is not our own choice to kill ourselves. No. You can't unalive. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, TikTok. Unalive yourself. You can't. If you do, you're taking your own life. And it's not your life, it's God's. I believe that. It's in the Bible. It's his words. I don't know why people wouldn't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I offended you. I believe in God, and I believe in everything about him. And I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Caroline. Caroline, I'm so sorry. I really am sorry. Hi. Hi. Oh, she didn't want to come up. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to go. Nobody wants to send lives or send little gifts and talk to me or anything no more.
Nobody
Because
wants
it's
to hear you
therapy to
lie.
me sometimes to talk. Hi, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, honey. What's your name?
Hi, my name's Tara. I'm pretty
Tara.
new here. I just got on.
Me too.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
worry. I'm actually new it.
Well, I want to say, first of all, if you really are struggling with
Do you
cancer,
want to say anything at all to me?
Can you hear me?
I
Okay.
am. I am.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, honey, I can hear you.
I don't think anyone is trying to insult you with the, questioning the cancer.
Oh no. They honey, they were insulting me. They was coming in here yelling at me. Luna's on here. She can tell you. Her husband can tell you. They were horrible to me.
So what? I'm new
The
here.
one thing that I learned in 2017 of first getting cancer, the first time, is never to doubt someone that says, who would say they have cancer and not have it and know all about it and all about themselves and all about the procedure? Who would know all that and also say
Right.
that?
Oh, I totally get that.
Yeah, and
the
that's why
problem
everybody shocked me when I told them that. And they just shocked me over it. And then about my daughter lying, no. Why would you do that?
Yeah. Well, I think the reason why people are questioning you is there's a trend right now with a lot of people coming on TikTok pretending they have cancer to get money.
Oh, I didn't know that. And I don't know why anybody would pretend to get money because TikTok doesn't really pay you much money. So the only kind of money you get is in gifts, and it's very little. It's not a lot. I get SSI where I have that, wrong with me. So, I get my check every month.
Hi, Brittany. It's not me. I'm not crying. I'm eating a chicken nugget. She's not actually crying. She's pretending to cry. I feel like there's a difference. I'm not crying at all. I'm quite happy with my chicken finger. And I don't know. Why are people so weird? I can't answer that for you. I wish I could. Like if I know. I couldn't tell you. It's this whole live stream has been weird. Like she said some pretty fucking weird shit. You just have to go back and listen. That's all I can tell you. I can't really describe to you the level of weird that has gone on.
So, I mean, well, first of all, what type of cancer do you have? That's what I kind of
carcinoma. and I don't pronounce it right, like the lady just told me a minute ago, of squamum cells, large squamum cells. There's a small one and there's a large. It's brain cancer, and it started on my cervix, actually.
Okay. And what stage were you when you were diagnosed?
I call it's 2A, stage 2.
Okay. Yeah, when
2A.
I was diagnosed with cancer, I was stage 2.
Yeah.
So
Did you have 2A or 2B? 2B is almost going on to 3A, you know. 3.
yeah, I believe I was 2B.
Yeah. Oh, you were more
well,
than
I'm
me.
sorry if
Yeah.
it's true you have cancer.
No, it is true. I do.
So
I absolutely do. I've been through a whole lot of my short 4 months, and then also being kidnapped. Yes, years ago. I'm over that. My heart is, I forgive him. I mean, and then my daughter is just the hardest thing, because that empty spot will never go away. And I can't describe to you how that feels.
See, she claimed her daughter was Minecrafted when she was kidnapped. How could her daughter have been Minecrafted when she got kidnapped if that happened several years ago, and she's claiming that her daughter only died 4 months ago? The math isn't mathing.
And I don't want to. And the thing is I have horrible nights. I'm on a lot of medicine to keep my mind not crazy all the time, because I can't sleep because I cry and I dream of her.
I'm sorry to hear that. What is your treatment plan? What do they have you doing
The
for
treatment
cancer?
plan, we really just have started 2 months. This is right now. I'm going on my 3rd month next month. Okay,
Mhm.
and my treatment plan is actually 4 bags of chemo, and I take 6 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 rounds of chemo twice. I do it 2 times. So, in other words, after chemo, you're really tired and
So 6 rounds 2 times. So she's having 12 rounds of chemo per visit. And she's not dead. "12 rounds of chemo in a visit." But she still has all her hair, and she isn't deceased. Hey, Harry, I hope Brittany didn't think I was the one over there crying. The fuck? Right, Harry?
sick. You don't eat I can't eat seafood and things like that. When you have chemo and things. But yeah, I have 6 rounds, and I do it twice because my cancer became on my cervix. And when they went in and thought I had cervical cancer, they found out I had brain cancer when it came back as the biopsy. And it was on my cervix, and it was.
How? Oh my God. Okay. So they found out you had brain cancer. Okay, let's calculate this. I cannot. Okay, so they found. I'm not going to be able to say this with a straight face. So they found out she had brain cancer because of the biopsies of her cervix, because those are even remotely connected at all. Ma'am, unless you stuck your head up your vajayjay and rubbed it against your cervix, they'd have no way to tell you had brain cancer from taking a biopsy of your cervix. Do you hear the words that are, ma'am? They would not have told you had. So they found out you had brain cancer from the biopsy of your cervix. I have never been so fucking confused. How do you tell you have brain cancer by biopsying your cervix? Asking for me. I'm asking for me because I am insanely confused right now on how you would know you had brain cancer from taking a biopsy of your cervix. I don't know that this woman knows what a cervix is or where it's located. I'm not sure because I can't. I cannot.
It became rare because it was on my cervix, but it did spread. I had 7 large tumors.
Yeah, I actually had
radiation
too.
the
So,
first one.
I mean, if what you're saying is true, I feel for you. I went through a similar issue.
What did you go through? What did you go through, honey?
I had cancer too.
I hate hearing about anybody having cancer. I hate going into the cancer room and getting treatment. And then you see like I told that lady, like a 24-year-old boy that I did see. And then he died. He never came.
Stop killing off kids, dude. I mean, you killed off your imaginary kid like 18,000 different ways. Don't kill off somebody else's kid. The fuck is wrong with you?
Back. And it hurts you after knowing him for 8 months, and then their liver, he had liver cancer.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And then you don't
really
see him no more.
Yeah.
They don't say he passed away. They just said he's not coming anymore. So
yeah, it can be really tough.
Yeah, because you get close
mentioned
to people in the chemo room. So.
Yeah. You mentioned you have to go, it's 5.5 hours to get to chemo. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Why are you not going somewhere closer? That's a long way.
Oh no, honey, I'm very aggressive. My cancer is very aggressive.
I'm very aggressive. I can see that because you got in trouble for assaulting your elderly father. You haven't mentioned that part yet, have you?
I don't have time. I don't have time to switch at all. This is the same place, Markey Cancer Center in Lexington. This is the same place from 2017 to 2019. I had to go back to the same doctor and the same one that saved my life. I had no choice. I only had like 3 days and I was in surgery to get those tumors out. They were spreading throughout my whole body. I had no time to go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
I just went with
feel
what
for you.
I just went with what I knew. Do what, honey?
Well, is there a way, I'm trying to understand how people can help you. If it is true, you have cancer, and I'm sorry to
I had a chat right here that said stage 2, is that aggressive? It ain't that stage 2 is aggressive. It's it's the cancer that is aggressive. It can be benign or aggressive. Okay, it's not the stages. It's actually the cancer that, like stage 2, you can have an aggressive cancer, and it'd be stage 3 in no time, stage 4 in no time. You
Yeah.
know, it's not the stages, ma'am. I'm not. I was talking to Jet.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
But what is the kind of the prognosis with how many rounds of chemo have you done?
I've only done 2 rounds,
Okay.
and I have my third one coming up, but I have to do 28 months.
28 months of chemo?
28 months. And then after the 28 months, I pray I don't have to do radiation again like I did the first time.
I thought you just said you had to do 6 rounds though.
6 rounds each time, honey. Do you know what rounds are? of
Yeah,
chemo?
I'm a cancer survivor.
Okay.
So it's
Okay, 6 rounds is for each month, darling. 6, you have to do 6 rounds. I call them rounds. They're 6 rounds. Do you understand what I'm talking
why
about?
would- for
I have to do
28
2 weeks of
months?
chemo every month.
Mhm.
Okay, of 6 rounds each week, which is 1 week and then the other week. And we stay down there in Lexington in a motel. And then the doctor helps us, you know, sometimes in our motel because we can't afford it, you know. And me and my father and me and he takes me to the Markey Cancer Center, and that's where I get myself done, my 6 rounds, and I'm very, very sick afterward. So when you go half a month of 6 rounds of chemo for 2 weeks, you know how sick you get after chemo, right?
Well, 6 rounds of chemo in 2 weeks. That's 3
6
rounds.
rounds each in 2 weeks, darling. 6 rounds.
3 rounds of chemo in a week?
Breast cancer, no, 6. 6 rounds, darling, 6. I have a very rare endocrine carcinoma. I have a very rare cancer.
I had a very rare cancer too.
Yeah. Well,
So I
cancers are
understand
different. None is the same except like breast cancer and things like that, but it depends on where it's spread to. Mine spread throughout my whole body. I had 7 large tumors. That's what I'm saying.
It's spread around through your whole body now?
It's up my legs, yes. Yeah, I had to take out the glands, you know, in the groin area. And they had to cut straight down, yeah. And I had to get a radical hysterectomy, which takes out the glands, and you know, you have to take out the
That sounds like
glands.
more than a stage 2 if it's spread through your whole body.
It actually was spreading through my body, and they removed what they could remove, and then they got the 7 tumors out, and they want to make sure that with chemo, that for 28 months I have to go through this. I pray that I don't have to for 28 months. Yeah.
Has it
I have a
been helping
wonderful
you at all?
doctor. He's a he works in the research hospital, which is UK, Lexington, Kentucky, Markey Cancer Center. I'm sure you heard of it.
Oh, I'm not from the South, so I don't really.
You can
haven't.
Google it. You can see what they do. They're a research hospital, honey.
Okay.
It's Dr.
the
Gulen,
other
and
thing
I have
wanted
6 other doctors. You don't just have one cancer doctor, oncologist. You have a main doctor, and then you've got other doctors too, you know,
Right, that's true.
that are under him.
One thing that helped me when I had cancer, I had a social worker, and they were able to really
My card or my my hotel, while I'm staying there to do my chemo. Yes, my caseworker does that. The
good.
doctor don't do that. The caseworker does that.
Good. That's really what
Yeah.
I wanted to. I mean,
Yeah, is that what they done for you too, the caseworker?
I had a social worker that helped me,
I'm sorry, I call her caseworker, but yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think that's standard with any cancer patient. You're assigned that. It's just there's so much to go through, and it sounds like you're in need of help. So it's good to know there's someone
Yeah.
to help you that way. And I would imagine if you're having trouble
Yeah.
getting to the hospital, there's got to be resources within the
Yeah.
hospital to cover that for you.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that they're making you pay that out of pocket if you're not able to.
No, I don't pay for chemo. It would cost them the $20,000s. It would cost
Right.
them.
Right.
So no, I just
Right.
the gas and the hotels and things like that. Yeah,
Okay.
the medications and the white blood count, which he gave me a new thing that actually prick. It's got the needle that sticks in your arm.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen those? It's for your white blood count. And she's
I don't know what that sound was.
That is my niece. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's okay.
She's only 16. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's
That's the
okay.
one that I take care of with my dad. So
So how are they administering the chemo for you?
it's actually through the veins. If
Oh,
they don't bust,
on your
and
arm?
then they switch. Yeah, it's on, like an IV bar.
Oh
The
my
IV.
God, really? So
they cover them up in a dark bag, and then they bring them into the room with you, the little tiny room.
Oh, because like when I had cancer, I had to have a port surgery.
Oh no, I could have had a port. I don't want a port.
Oh
I
no,
didn't
but
want-
it's not even humanly possible to get chemo in your arm on your veins because chemotherapy will burn your veins.
Actually, it is possible because I have done it twice, and yes, it's very possible. But the veins, listen, they have to use small ones for me because they will bust, and they do want me to get a port. I don't want a port. I don't.
But there's
I
no
signed a
way-
form that I don't want a port before surgery to take those tumors out.
I know. I didn't want to port either, and I have a.
Honey, they give me medicines. I'm completely. They give me medicines. They give me Ativan. They give me tons of pain medicines in my.
I got to say this because I've been through it too, and I'm really sorry if you do have cancer. But
It didn't burn me. It doesn't burn me.
I know, honey, but it's not even medically possible for them to put chemotherapy. And I don't know what cocktail you have. What cocktail do you have for chemo? What's your cocktail?
You mean the little cup that she brings me in the room?
No. What is your chemo cocktail?
She brings me a little cup for my white blood count and my different pills that I take.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the IVs go in, and there's 4, 2,
Yeah,
and
so
I get 2
uh-huh.
into the veins, and they actually go all through my leg. They go into the inner leg, the inner thigh. They go all over, and
I don't think that's chemo they're putting in you.
Honey, it's chemo.
No,
It's
I don't
chemo.
think it is. But look, I think you are going through something, and I feel bad.
No, darling,
I
it's
really hope you get
chemo.
the help you need.
No, it's
One thing I'm
chemo.
going to say, please don't cut me off because I listened to you for a while. If you are
You
lying
are,
about
because
this,
it's
very
chemo.
wrong.
And I did not know you
Listen.
did not think that.
Listen.
It's chemo, and it goes in the veins. And by the way, when we hang up,
Listen to
I
me.
want you to Google that,
It
please.
is very wrong and irresponsible for you to be faking cancer if that is what you're doing. And on behalf of all
Really?
cancer survivors, that is
Well, you
disgusting.
think that?
That is all
You
I have to
really
say.
think
I've
that?
had enough.
So why when I say port? Everybody, please Google. As a matter of fact, let me go off live or let me hold you on live right here and see if I can.
Uh-oh. Fairy, did you fuck up? Huh? Yeah, your cocktail has nothing to do with a little cuppy of medicine they give you. And I thought you said they gave you all your medications through your IV before they gave you your chemo. It's your types of chemo. It's the mixture of medicines, basically, that they use, that they combine as your chemotherapy.
Get out.
Why? Why? Are you mad because you got busted? You idiot. Your cocktail is the combinations of medications they use as your chemotherapy. They can combine any number of chemo treatments together for your chemotherapy. Each person is different, and not every cocktail works the same for every person. That's why it varies from person to person on which cocktail they get. Because one cocktail may work for, just as an example, I may use a specific cocktail and it may work for me. But the next person, the person next to me, will probably have an entirely different cocktail. One of the medications may be the same, but they could have the secondary one could be different. Or both of them could be different. You don't know because every patient is different and every patient reacts differently and it varies on what they're using it for. Like, what are they targeting? What are they trying to do? What is your reaction to this or that? Or how were you responding to this cocktail? Was it doing any good? If it's not, they change it. It's not a cuppy of medicine. And what 60-year-old woman says words like daddy and cuppy? What grown ass woman calls a cup a cuppy? It's a cup. And it's dad, not daddy. And the fact that you didn't know what a cocktail was told that lady that you don't have cancer and you're not getting chemotherapy. Because if you were getting chemotherapy, you would have had zero doubt on what a cocktail was. Especially if you had received 6 rounds actually altogether 12 rounds in total of chemotherapy, you would have known exactly what you were getting in your veins. And I'm saying veins because allegedly you got chemotherapy through 6 separate fucking IV lines at the same time. Through little butterfly needles in your tiny ass veins. And she's right, it's not medically possible. For one, every vein in your body would have burnt the fuck up. For starters. Secondly, you'd be dead. Third, that would have been gross negligence, malpractice. They would have had a massive lawsuit on their hands. Not to mention the criminal charges. They would have lost their license. They would have lost their practice. Everyone involved would have been brought up in court to face charges. Because that would have been murder. Exactly, Terry, and they weren't even going through it. This person supposedly was doing 6 rounds in one sitting, and then right behind those 6 rounds, she did another 6 rounds, which is 12 fucking rounds of chemo in a day. But she didn't know what a cocktail was. And now she's mad because she knows she's busted.
You all, come on, Fifi, but you all can actually go ahead and Google it yourself. If they large squamous cells, Google what chemotherapy can go through the veins as an IV. UK Marquis Kentucky. Can you Google?
No. Before you Google it, if you had sat through 6 rounds in one sitting, back to back, making it 12 rounds, you'd know what cocktail of chemotherapy you could put through your veins. Wouldn't you? You wouldn't have to Google it, would you? What you're too stupid to realize, Toxic Fairy, is that what you're doing right now only further proves that you're lying. Because had you gone through this, by your own admission, already twice, on 2 separate occasions, you sat back to back, 12 rounds of chemo each, you'd know exactly what kind of chemo could go through your veins in an IV. Wouldn't you? You wouldn't have to Google it, would you? But she's having to Google it. I'm gonna see if anybody else comes up. She's making an absolute ass of herself.
Everybody, please follow Nora. $64, thank you. 65, thank you, Shelly. Shelly, thank you. Abby, thank you so much.
You're gonna cry over roses on TikTok. Does everybody see her crying like a ninny right now? One in the chat for yes. Like crying, you know? You hear her crying right now? Yeah, she's crying over a 1 penny rose. Each rose is worth a penny. And she's literally crying over a penny. And yet, not one single tear for her deceased imaginary daughter. She didn't cry the whole time. She was talking about her kid getting Minecrafted, brutally raped and murdered in a car accident, cancer, and the 18,000 other ways she said she died. She didn't cry the entire time. She was talking about the death of her daughter that she said was so traumatic for her. Yet, she's going to cry over a rose that cost a penny.
Crazy Beauty, thank you for the rose.
See how touched and emotionally moved she is for that rose. But yet, when she was talking about the death of her alleged daughter, she was smiling. Let that sink in. Okay, I'm done with her today. I'm just fucking done with her. Let's get into other fuck shit. I'm tired of looking at her fucking fugly face.
PayPal, friends and family only please. And Vibes 365 with a Z, VIBEZ 365 is Chime. It's a sprain, Aaron, and it turned into a cut. It turned into a cut. It's a sprain, but there's a cut on it, and it got infected because I didn't take care of it. So, yeah. And I'm at Dollar General right now. Like right now. I waddled on down here. But that doesn't matter. Waddled on down here. But that doesn't matter. And you can try Cash App matter. And you can try Cash App. Lisa help. Lisa Boo help. You can try that. That's Cash App. LISABOOHELP. Lisa Boo help.
Mickey Mouse, I was just about to say that she's looking at the front of the Family Dollar looking for her dad. If you notice, she keeps looking up at the front of the building, looking to see if her dad's coming out. And looking around all paranoid to make sure nobody's watching her. Thanks, Mickey Mouse. I'm glad I'm not the only one who caught that.
Cash App. Cash App. Cash App. He doesn't have any money.
How in the hell does a sprain turn into a cut? Make that make sense. So she sprained it, and then it turned into a cut. Okay.
You said 25 rubles. Why do you guys gotta make fun of me? Why do you guys gotta make fun of me? I don't understand it. Seriously. Like, God, whatever. Ow, ow. He gave me antibiotics. That's what my doctor gave me was antibiotics. That's what he gave me, antibiotics.
No, you went to the doctor for a sprain. Why would he give you antibiotics for a sprain? You said he went to the doctor for a sprain, and then it turned into a cut. So at the time you went to see the doctor, quote unquote, it wouldn't have had a cut because it was just a sprain. He wouldn't have treated a sprain with an antibiotic, you idiot. He would have also prescribed you something for the inflammation, such as a steroid, most likely, and an anti-inflammatory. Probably something like ibuprofen or something since you're on methadone. So how exactly would he have given her an antibiotic for a sprain? And why are you just now whining about it? You've been live for 2 minutes and you just now started going ow, 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 ow. Right? I've heard more convincing owls from the Three Stooges.
Ow. Yeah, real funny. I don't.
And if you need something for it so bad, like something for the pain or inflammation or an ACE bandage, they would have done that for you at the doctor's office. And if nothing else, you could go inside the store where your daddy is right now and ask him to get you something. Not to mention the fact that you're probably on enough pharmaceuticals to knock out a horse. You probably don't need anything for pain. And guys, I'm sorry. I spent a long time on that creature. I'm exhausted. And I'm spent. I will cover the Lisa Richards antics tomorrow first thing. I'm sorry. I'm fucking spent. I love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. It'd probably be an early stream tomorrow. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Love you guys.